Here, now, let's foster a space that is radically open and tap into our latent, curious nature. We can enter an always available portal where the world grows baffling and the mystifying is woven into the fabric of reality, where the familiar mask slips and what was once mundane trembles with wonder. There is a resonance of what is prior to knowing, thinking, doing, and it doesn't require that knowing, thinking, or doing cease. What is prior is always open and receptive to anything that may arise and is ever untouched by it. The bewildering nature of reality can be gleaned in this space, where the world can no longer seem out there, but intimately somehow inside you, and simultaneously all-pervading, where filters dismantle themselves, and the tingling aliveness of the body becomes amorphous and boundless, where time is but a fleeting thought, and thought is an empty echo, too ephemeral to exist, where the puzzling whispers wordless secrets through the imagined barrier of your skin. Breathe. Let the hush settle around you. Lend silence the light of awareness. Just for now. Suspend what you think you know and perceive this space with a courageous anticipation for what the unknown could possibly be. Have you ever felt it? That baffling moment when the room grows thick with presence. The lighting flickers. The wind sighs. And there's a particular sense that you are not alone, even in your solitude. A perplexity that anything could exist at all. There can be a reflexive reach for a conceptual reorientation, but it slips through your fingers like smoke. Look around you. Notice the chair, the window, the objects resting in your periphery. Can you feel the world looking back? Not with eyes, but with a kind of ancient intelligence. The objects in your room are no longer props. They are unknowable. Each one humming with the same energy you can almost hear. The ambient sounds, the shapes and colors, the sensations, all of it vibrates with a secret existence beyond the filters of what we call fathomable. What appears when you let yourself fade? Not as an act of will, but because there is a genuine curiosity, a spontaneous, childlike experiment, because there's finally a ripening in you, a sense that what you seek will not be found in the commentary of mind, symbols, or knowledge. There can be a blurring of edges, a letting the story loosen its grip. Just for now, feel yourself dissolving into the void that is everything. Without the soothing guardrail of understanding, you become the space in the hallway, the hum of the room, the silence between thoughts. This is an ever-available, gentle invitation to recognize the unseen. Ask the wind, "Who am I?" and let it howl its empty answer. Ask the shadows, "What remains when I disappear?" and let them reply with a dim chill, a sense of being all as nothing. Noticing that here, there is no need to fill the space with contriving fantasy, labeling, negotiating, or strategy. The world is no longer my story. It's a companion that has never left you, a phantom, a primordial playfulness. What it is can't be said. The expanding and contracting of the chest, the ground beneath you, the sensation of air on your skin. Here, it becomes obvious. This is as real can be. There is only the indivisible, heard, seen, felt. In this vanishing, you become intimate with all things. So close that the word intimate stops making sense. You are the primeval witness, the omnipresent ghostly echo, the desire to know what it is to be separate, the space in which the uncanny stirs. When you close your eyes, feel the boundary of your body, the skin, the breath, the pulse. Notice that boundaries blur when the psyche lets go of the body's image. The outline softens. There was never anything keeping your story from dissipating into the air. You can sense an electric aliveness, the haunting feeling that this is sentience. This is all there ever could be. Let yourself become the hush of the night, the dynamic, sourceless, absent presence that you are, the silence that's ever listening. Rest here. Let this reality have you. Relinquish the symbolic and melt into the actual. Be overcome by a deeper intimacy with what is. Not forever. This state can't be sustained. The sense of self will continue to come and go and express in the flow of states we call life. Individuality is already freely allowed, but having the courage to spend time in this open, intimate, immediate curiosity will expand your experience to include the emptiness and the fullness, and see that they are not two. This is a daring to finally put down our conceptual comfort blanket and see what happens. We can always pick it back up when we face and intuit the empty nature of thoughts. We can have a lighter, more compassionate, more playful relationship with thoughts, so to say. This is simply the natural balancing of the human psyche. A palpable sense of meaninglessness that, ironically, makes way for the full-on aliveness of life and profound sense of impersonal innocence and unwavering authenticity. There is a beauty in this emptiness, a wildness, a freedom, a raw sense that anything can happen. You are not the navigator. You are the potentiality, the wide openness itself, and all that it allows. You can sense the bizarre, unknowable nature of all that arises. Allow yourself to peer into the prior and see that there's only the void of being, appearing to be all things, disappearing is not the end. It is the beginning of a deeper, bewildering love, a feral freedom to be as you are. When we spend more and more time in this fertile resonance, this suspension, we causelessly face our emptiness. First, we see we have been subconsciously avoiding this openness because there's no control for us here. And we eventually learn that there's literally nothing to fear, only freedom and compassion for the fear to express as it does. We seem to vanish from history, and then the haunted world rushes in to fill that space, not as a story, but as a living, breathing miracle. There is only the sentience that you are. If you find there is a burning curiosity to recognize the wordless truth of your being, let yourself vanish. It's safe to let your story slip from your shoulders, to fully become your senses. The wind's reply, the shadow's cold embrace, the space where everything and nothing are seen as one. In your absence, only presence remains. In your vanishing, the world awakens from the dream that it ever slept at all. This can't know what it is. It can only be it. As you, it can intuit its own nature. In the direct recognition of its own reflection, in the hush, the echo, the open door to the actual. There's a natural longing in us, a hunger to understand, to make sense of life, to find answers, to hold the mystery in our hand and say, "Now I know." We read, listen, ask, ponder, chase after meaning, hoping that if we just understand enough, the ache will subside. But what if the ache is not a problem to be solved? And the need to understand is itself the veil that hides the simplicity of being. Notice how the mind is always reaching, grasping for explanations, for certainty, for closure. It wants to pin down life, to draw lines around the infinite, to make the wilderness of reality safe and knowable. But every answer leads to more questions. Every explanation is only a hit of hopium. The mind builds castles out of concepts, but the tide of life washes them away again and again. Have we considered that we may not need to understand? Is it possible to rest just for a moment in not knowing? Notice the subtle tension in the body, the contraction in the mind whenever something feels unresolved. Notice the urge to reach for an answer, to fill the gap with strategy and conclusion. Can you simply let that urge be without following it? Can you rest in the space of not knowing? There is a mystery here, closer than breath, older than time. It cannot be spoken, cannot be thought or understood. It is the aliveness that is all pervading right now. The presence behind every word, the silence before every thought. The mind cannot grasp it because it is not an object. It is not a thing to be known. It is the knowing itself. And in this mystery, there is a freedom already, a lightness. As this organic unfurling we call awakening expresses, we free fall and break open into wonder, a becoming available to life as it is, without the filter of knowing. Can you sense the tingling aliveness that is here? Prior to any story about what is. Notice how everything is already miraculously happening, effortlessly, spontaneously, even without your assumptions or ideas of control. What if suffering is a messenger? Not something to be avoided or labeled as mistake, but an invitation. Psychological suffering is often the mind's way of telling us something is wrong. I need to fix this. I need to understand. But what if this isn't a sign of failure, but a pointer? What if suffering is the opportunity to stop, to listen, to let go of the need to know? Notice how suffering arises as resistance to what is. Resistance to resistance. When we demand that life be different, when we insist on understanding what cannot be understood, suffering is a signal, a contraction, a tightening, a desperate plea for things to make sense. But what if instead of fighting with suffering, you could listen to it, hold space for it. Give it a space for visceral expression. Become absorbed by its intensity. What is the deeper longing beneath the pain made of? Suffering can be an alarm to deeply feel and notice, to let go of the need to understand, if only for a moment, to allow the full-on mysterious fire to burn us alive. What appears is this unspeakable teacher, not the absence of sound, but the stillness in which all sound arises, not the absence of thought, but the space in which thoughts appear and disappear. Presence is not something you create or achieve. It is what remains when you stop trying to figure it all out. It is beingness itself. The soft and yet brutally open field in which everything comes and goes. There is already no need to understand here. Just notice. There is only this presence, this aliveness, this unnameable intimacy with reality, as reality. There is only the ocean, pretending to be a fish, searching for water. Notice what is here when you're not trying to understand, not trying to escape suffering, not trying to be anywhere but here. What if you could let yourself rest here, not needing to know or explain? When you look, where even is the need to solve the mystery of your own experience? This is bittersweet futility. In the unknown, there is a gentle holding, a quiet reassurance that you are already home, already whole, already enough. And what you imagine you want to understand and control is only a symbolic flavor of this aliveness, here, now. Suffering, too, can be held in this space, not fixed, not explained away, but simply recognized to be allowed already. In this sobriety of what seems to be, suffering loses its sharp edges. It becomes another wildly free wave in the vast ocean of being. when that deep-seated pattern of longing arises, which is innocent, natural, and already allowed, notice the urge to analyze, to explain, to make it make sense, and then see if you have the bravery to drop the story for a moment and become fully immersed in the intensity. Simply feel the sensational expression without needing to understand it. What happens when you allow suffering to exist without meaning making, without resistance? There is only electric sensation, mysteriously and spontaneously arising from nowhere. We begin to see there is nothing there to fear, and feeling can't harm us. This is the deepest compassion, noticing the already allowed freedom for feeling and all experience to be as it is. Not knowing is not inherently scary. It's already the case. When the need to know falls, we become available to the rich contrast of life, exactly as it is. There is a discovery that there is no knower, controller, one who must solve the mystery. Only alive mystery itself. The living, breathing, ungraspable presence that is always here. In this space, even suffering is unknowable and no longer an enemy, but a messenger, a free and allowed expression of humanness, a wave in the ocean, a call to wonder. It takes psychological bravery and radical openness to meet each moment as it comes, without armor or agenda, to fully feel and be with the mystery that can't be named. You do not need to understand. You don't need to fix or explain. You are already home, already whole, already held in the vast embrace of emptiness. I want to talk about the elephant in the room. Awakening. Not as an event that happens for us, not as a personal attainment, but as a revelation of the nature of reality itself, a noticing of the fierce, unyielding, and utterly unconditional love that is the fabric of all things. For so many seekers, awakening is imagined as a kind of finish line, a moment of arrival, a reward of worthiness for earnestness and righteous effort. We picture it as something that happens to us, for us, or even because of us. But what if this is a misunderstanding? What if awakening is not something that happens to me at all? What if it's a recognition that the me who seeks is itself a fleeting appearance in the vastness of this mysterious aliveness? The me is just more dream stuff, not the dreamer. Notice the passing thoughts, sensations in the body. Notice even the sense of being a person on a journey. All of this is happening within a field of aliveness that is not personal, not owned, not controlled. Awakening, then, is not a special event for a special someone. It is the ever-present reality that is always here, always allowing, always open, regardless of whether or not it's noticed. And the subtlety of preferences. We all have them. We want peace, clarity, joy. We want to avoid pain, confusion, discomfort. This is completely natural. But notice how our preferences give momentum to seeking. Notice how we innocently grasp what we want and resist what we do not prefer. But look, reality is not bound by our preferences. Life unfolds in its own way, offering up moments that are pleasant and moments that are not. The rain falls on the just and the unjust alike. The sun shines on all as it sees nothing right or wrong. What if awakening isn't about getting what we want, but about seeing the futility of controlling what arises? What if freedom is the sensed experience of manipulating reality as all-inclusive obviousness for this to be exactly as it is? This is what we refer to when we say unconditional love. Not as a sentimental idea of relationship, but as the nature of reality. Unconditional love is not a feeling. It is not always soft or sweet. It is unflinching, unbiased. The allowing of everything to be as it is. It is the space in which joy and sorrow, clarity and confusion, hope and despair all arise and dissolve. This love does not take sides. It does not prefer the light over the dark, the awakened over the asleep. It is the open field in which all things are permitted. All things are included. And this love can feel brutal. It does not shield us from pain. It does not grant us only what we want. Instead, it exposes us to the full spectrum of human experience, inviting us to see that nothing is outside its ruthless embrace. It allows heartbreak and loss, confusion, fear, and the aching longing for something different. Because it's not here to pander to our preferences and convoluted thought forms. Its purpose isn't comfort. It is here to allow everything, as absolutely everything. There's nothing outside of it to know it, manipulate it, or oppose it. This is the love that allows our resistance already, our existential angst, the experience of being haunted by imaginings of something better than what is. It is so all-encompassing that it radically allows for our preferences and aversions to exist within it. And noticing of this futility can dawn what simply seems to be, openly, without contriving what it means. If there's something you're resisting, what is it made of? Something you wish were different. Notice the subtle tension, the contraction around your preferences. What is that, actually? And now see if you can sense the space in which even this resistance is allowed. This that already does not judge, does not reject, does not cling or push away. This is the unconditional love of reality. Not as an idea, but as the fabric of existence. Notice the relief that comes when nothing needs to be different. Notice the futile peace that arises when this is what it is, and thoughts that it could be other than this are seen to be what they are: symbols, infused with confused desperation. This too is this. Paradoxically, the more we try to awaken, the more we reinforce the sense of a separate self who needs to awaken. The more we chase after what we prefer, the more we suffer. Awakening is the collapse of this chase. It is the seeing that there is no separate me who can control life, apart from life itself. There is only this unknowable, alive experience, this allowing. And in this seeing, there is a kind of freedom that is not dependent on circumstances. There is a love that is not dependent on feelings. And there is a peace that is not dependent on the absence of pain and suffering. This too is this. The obvious and already allowed joy and sorrow, clarity and confusion, to come and go as they will. A seeing that even your preferences are allowed, your resistance, your longing to awaken. This is not passive resignation, but an active, vibrant openness to life. It is willing to be touched by everything, to be broken open by love, to be remade again and again by the relentless expression of this impersonal reality. Notice the simplicity of being that is prior to effort and thought. It can only validate that which you seem to express as so fleeting, so empty, already allowed. Let's talk about a common pattern that may arise for a seeming one for whom the practical viewpoint of wholeness is dawning on the horizon. Let's talk about a story to illustrate this pattern, and imagine that the illusion of self is a cup filled to the brim with the conditioning of a lifetime, filled with beliefs, assumptions, expectations, stories, and knowing. The belief in knowing ensures the cup is always full, The cup simultaneously comforts and tortures itself with its contents. The cup has a subconscious existential fear of the potentiality of being an empty cup. What it would be like to be empty is unknown and surely means certain death. So the cup seems to hold on to its contents with all its imagined might. If the cup was poured out, there would be a void. A fertile place that's open for something else to enter. Something vast, powerful, and unknowable. Something that has always been there. A new resonance. Out with the old, in with the new. All within the dream of subject-object. In this expression of the hero's journey as wholeness itself, there is freedom for the spontaneous arising of patterns, and no ideas of right and wrong can suppress them. Should and should not is just another wildly free pattern, as is imagined agency. Pragmatically speaking, which is the only kind of speaking there is, seekers of truth all have their stories, and they differ in ways, and there's no one-size-fits-all pattern for a seeker. But I noticed a telltale symptomatic pattern that can precede this dawning of the void. I see the same common foreshadowing in the stories of others, and will now describe how it seems to appear. This is not a prescription to an imagined problem, but a dance with those who have ears to hear. There is a resonance of sitting at the gateless gate, a place of suspended curiosity. When an inquiry arises, there is a pause, a void right there. It's open, full of potentiality for anything to spring forth. A space of fertility, a vacuum, willing to harbor whatever may fill it. This space has no defense. It's a space of suspended allowance. It's a negative particle, fully open to positive charge. And in our lives, when a question is asked to self or other or the internet, We are barraged with a plethora of data that can be contradicting. What is a curious human being to do to acquire the knowledge and wisdom it seeks? How does one discern the myriad, relative, reified thought forms that appear? What is the correct way? Well, in this common pattern I'm speaking of, a natural exhaustion can appear. The hamster wheel is slowing down. In this, there is a sneaky suspicion that what we seek is not in the content, the knowledge, the conceptual understanding. The question, well, what else could it be? Where is the answer I seek, if not in concepts? And for a moment, there it is, that which is prior to all content, the loving and fertile void. It whispers, "It's okay, I'm always here." The silent receptive stage for the act to play upon. We aren't used to perceiving emptiness. The mind can be uncomfortable. It says things like, "Okay, yeah, it's empty, but what does that give me?" Or, "This is boring. I'd rather strategize instead." Or, "Yeah, but..." Insert problem here. And the stage just smiles and says, "Wow, look at it go. How beautifully dramatic." Like children playing on the roots of an old, wise, live oak. The stage never complains or says, "Hey, don't I deserve some attention here?" I do allow all the plays, after all. Whether it's recognized or not, it continues to hold the actors up and say, "Bravo, encore." There can come a time where the masquerade begins to wind down, and the seeing that the books, YouTube videos, and abundance of content that are the expression of pointing to this aren't giving me what I imagine I want. And commonly, if there's an earnestness, openness, introspection, and deep honesty, there can be a reorienting from seeking in concepts to sense gates, sights, sounds, sensations. And from the content of mind to the space that mind arises in. If it's not a specific jargon, a set of words that will be conceptually grasped and believed, then where will I find it? Things can become very curious. A state of bewilderment can arise. They say it's here, like a fish searching for water. How am I not seeing it? But there's no answer. Thoughts can say a number of things like, am I close? Is this it? And then the thought, no, that's just another thought. But what is this? Without looking in a thought for the answer. If it's not in the words, then what is this? What is this? No answers. Just the weight and electric sensations of the body, and the hum of the fan, shapes and colors, the sound of my voice. A thought arises. Then, no, that's just a thought. Another thought. That's just a thought. But what is this? The question reverberates through the body and mind, time and space, with no answer. And now no longer a need to fill that curious void with a reply, method, or checking my position on an imagined map. Like dropping a coin in a well, the answer sinks down into your being. For the first time, finally, with the space to be the pure wonder that it is, without filling the space with conditioned knowing. All kinds of new things have the opportunity to arise, like how it feels to have no comforting concepts, to assure me that I'm in control. The tension of psychological nakedness, the aliveness of irresolution. There can be a visceral terror felt in the body, like a falling feeling. The body's reaction to utter perplexity. What is this, really? Staring at an object, as if it will open up onto you and reveal the mysteries of the universe. Because I know it's not in a thought. So, what is it? Stretch out that moment of intense suspense, no longer looking for something in sounds and symbols. And there can be a longing and trepidation that the matrix will shatter before your eyes. This place of suspended openness is the ground of your being that is finally fertile. Having exhausted all other dead-end roads, this is simple, sincere, practical ripeness. The brutal honesty of childlike wonder that will never be defiled by a conceptual knowing. As a child first looks upon the stars with bright eyes and pure inquiry, they ask, "What are those bright spots up there?" And before an adult enlightens them with an explanation, there is a magic resonance where anything is possible. A precious wonder that has innocently been filled with knowing, which is beautiful, practical, and limited. Knowing doesn't know. It just stacks sounds upon sounds and labels upon labels. Knowing is a creative gift and tool. But knowing has never known. What is this? Ask yourself. Is there a need to know? And if so, what is that need made of? Thought isn't what we have come to believe it to be. Thought always arises and is gone, as if it never was, in this mysterious, alive substratum that is untouched by it. The word water will never quench your thirst, and yet we worship symbols as that which gives me control. Thoughts are thoughts, fleeting, ephemeral, empty, non-referential, meaningless. What would this look like without belief in them? Without the child's comfort blanket of fantasy and agency? What if I am is a thought? A very convincing and hypnotizing assumption. You see, this is all about preference. Are you willing to forgo your precious idea of control to see this? to become the intense existential futility that remains when interest in delusion crumbles. You see, you are wholeness already, and wholeness doesn't need an imaginary friend to acknowledge it. This is pure freedom to arise and play as it does. There is no need already for this to be recognized. What you long for is this, what's appearing now. You want to know what it's like to be a finite, limited being on a journey to find itself. The process is the wholeness. The path is the destination. And if there is a wanting this recognition, there will be an effortless efforting to seek for it, an energetic movement from one strategy to the next. There will come a laser focus that isn't looking at contents of mind for answers any longer. Thought will continue without your interest. There may arise a tenacious looking elsewhere, an inquiry that resounds through the fiber of your being, that's so pure, open, and forthright that there is no set of words that will extinguish it. Your cup will be empty, and this is an invitation for sober recognition to dawn. This is a resonance of immaculate conception. Finally, a place where the innocence of arrogance grows weary of playing, a becoming the void you have been for eternity, facing your existential terror, seeing it's only a fleeting expression within you. What is this, if you can't believe the regurgitated voice of an animal set apart from nature? What is division made of? Notice. Just stop. Drop a question in the well and give your true being a chance to answer. See that there really is no need to fill this wondrous space with a pseudo-reality made of arrogant concepts. There can arise a curiosity to see what it's like to really not know. To bask in the ineffable enigma of your being. to be the space that allows all to come and go, as you always were. The process is the play, and it's a process of elimination. Awakening to this perspective is a practical preference that can arise in the stream of being that which cannot be. But recognition isn't needed, because you are awakeness itself, pretending to be everything already. Beautiful. See, there is absolutely nothing to do at this time. Basking in the puddle of your being. If at any time you notice your shoulders or forehead tense again, you can relax them again and return to center. Here, striving isn't labeled as striving, and mental reaching and aversion are noticed with an unowned gaze, as if for the first time. Without the need to know, everything that arises is a profound mystery. There is no need to project into the future. This is a timeless space. Notice the gentle rhythm of the breath as it rises and falls. Mirroring the ebb and flow of existence. All sounds, all sensations, all thoughts, all subtle moods and images are welcome in this openness. Each appearance comes from nothing and forms its own validation to exist for a time. And then it falls back into nothing. As if it never was. And you ever remain as timelessness itself. Let the mind open like a flower in the sunlight. releasing all effort. Witnessing thoughts come and go. But none that define what this experience truly is. Sink into the silent watchfulness, as familiar as returning to the ancient home you never left. Letting the quiet mystery wrap you in its warmth. Turn toward the open interior space. Finding neither edge nor boundary here. What is this? No symbol can say, and that's okay. Since whatever this is, already is. There is no need to know. This question and all others dissolve back into pure presence. Observe all forms, sounds, sensations, thoughts, arising and fading within thisness. Yet that which notices remains untouched. Expectations, conclusions, assumptions are free. They come and go. How do they do that without my effort? Identity, stories, preferences. See how quickly they dissolve when they are witnessed without entanglement. without belief. You see, you are always innocently the giver of life to these thought forms. Without your interest, they can only live a short, abstract life. Without you, they are empty symbols, gaining no ground. Sense the simple, tender awareness in which all appears. Always silent, never imposing. That which is real never needs to assert itself. Beingness itself, neither earned nor built, already complete. It is already that which allows all to come and go. No need to imagine yourself as anything. Simply rest as you are. Does this need effort to exist? It's too easy. You have never been other than this unchanging sense of sentience, the pulse of aliveness. Still, unconditional, the groundless ground. Is anything lacking in this awareness? Abide in the open radiance that precedes all description. Just resting and noticing. This reality is whole. Nothing missing. Nothing excluded. The completeness of being shines without center or circumference. Infinity is not an idea, but the living immediacy of this, everywhere, always, untouched by time. Let the heart recognize that boundless openness. More spacious than the sky, untouched by any weather that may come. Sense how all is accepted. Already. No experience was ever rejected. No thought unwelcome. This pure being is sentient, alive, awareness knows itself without conceptual meaning, radiant and full. Wherever attention moves, it moves spontaneously, unbidden, without effort, without one who moves it. This omnipresence is never absent. It is the shimmering medium in every appearance. Notice the unwavering acceptance that is always here. There is room for every thought, every feeling, every sound. This is totality. Already whole. Infinitely complete. This has never sought, nor resisted what appears. Rest as this invisible light, luminous, silent, immediate. Your nature is ungraspable. Immeasurable wholeness. Each pointer is a gentle invitation to face yourself with bravery and openness. Look now. Can you find where the body begins and where it ends? Or is this like an amorphous cloud of energy that extends beyond the skin? Can you locate anything that stands outside of this awareness? Is there truly a boundary, or only boundlessness? Aren't boundaries just made of thought? Here, open curiosity is a powerful resonance. Being willing to put down everything we think we know for a time, and sensitively notice the nature of all phenomena. Let the wonder of being shimmer. Rest here, whole, complete, boundless, accepting, fully awake, already. This is your birthright. No maintenance required. Even going about your day. That's it. This never leaves you. It is intimately you. Thoughts, projections, and memory come up, asking for attention, trying to help as always. Then they fall away, like leaves from a tree in an autumn breeze. Witness the breath and the heartbeat. The body tingling. All within the vast, unmoved, prior awareness. The sense of self cannot withstand this noticing indefinitely. The confusion is exposed in the light for what it actually is. Empty grasping for symbols. It begins to dissolve. Nothing that arises says anything about you. What remains is this open being, without edges. This infinite sky, within which everything moves, yet nothing remains. Notice how each moment is already embraced. The only need to be found is in the form of a thought. This is the resonance of discernment, of seeing a thought for a thought. No one is noticing. Just pure noticing itself. Inseparable from what is perceived. Empty. Alive. Too immediate to grasp effortless being. Sinking into this infinite depth of wholeness. Resting as pure existence, silent and awake as it ever was. Has awareness moved? Or is it endlessly present? You are not a passing experience. You are the immovable, infinite, ineffable source from which all arises. You can carry this taste of wholeness into your day, into your rest. Every sound, every touch, every encounter is your being as an open invitation to all. You have the capacity to discern and trust in what is immediate and true, ever resting in the radiance of being whole, infinite, present, awake. Why do some teachers tell us to stop? Stop thinking and seeking when they know we can't. I've even said this many times. Just stop. I'm reminded of Papa G, who pointed to this often, as he said, "Stop searching and remember yourself." The seeking postpones the finding. The seeker inhibits the discovery of freedom. Stop. Just be quiet. Do not think. When you are out walking and you become tired, you stop. When you find no solution, sit down. By sit down, I mean don't try to solve the problem at all. These are beautiful quotes, and yet I feel an urge to unpack this wisdom and attempt to describe what is meant by just stop. This stopping isn't a stopping. Life is like a wild and dynamic river that is ever flowing, sometimes rapid, sometimes serene, but it's ever in flux. Of course, relatively speaking, we all generally agree on what the word stop means. Yet in the context of what we discuss in our community, the pointer to just stop is often misheard and is rarely fully gone into. We innocently assume that to stop must mean to stop, but it doesn't. And when we earnestly attempt to stop thinking and seeking, we inevitably see that we can't. We see for ourselves that the invitation to stop can't be referring to any actual stopping as we conventionally know it. Trying to stop the identification of thought is like attempting to suppress symptoms while ignoring the root cause of the illness. And before I describe what stopping looks like, I want to say that stopping isn't a state that must be maintained. Once the expression of cessation is established as the insight of no self, we see that all states occur as and are allowed by this stillness. And it's always been this way. So, what is stopping? Stopping is a mere sensitive noticing, an availability, a slowing down and backing up, a becoming aware of the unbidden expression of management and fixation, and the nature of its arising. A not touching what appears, not being hypnotized by the myriad phenomenon, seeing that everything spontaneously comes and goes, magically, from nothing. A resonance of sober spaciousness, simply witnessing, letting go of the wheel long enough to see if the car is really driving itself, asking our question and not interrupting while the answer is forming. A passionate, radically open, anticipatory investigation. A seeing for oneself what is being pointed to. A chance for the content to be seen as content. A thought for a thought. Seeing how deeply conditioned, fleeting, ephemeral, automatic, and symbolic thought is. It never speaks for you or of you. It is only a free, flowing survival function, like everything else seen in nature. Nothing needs to be done about it. And as we rest in this potentiality, this becomes obvious. Seeing that you are always here, as this space that is prior to all appearances. We could also describe stopping as resting in curiosity, wonder, suspense. We call it ceasing because we have no better words. But it's like taking a big step back, behind yourself, so to say. You don't have to imagine this. Just feel what is being pointed to. There is a dimension of us that is fully already embodied, and yet we are commonly unconscious to it. This dimension is sometimes called silence or stillness. The words can't come close to describing it, but it is intimately what we are. Radiant presence. We easily overlook it because it's everything. The fish can't seem to find the water because the water is all there is. Our belief in the dream content and what it means is so compelling that we don't notice what is primary, that which allows the dream. As identified humans, we tend to psychologically hold the idea of me as a solid structure in the head. It's like a subtle form of fantasy that is effortlessly maintained in the waking state. It's an unexamined and unquestioned base assumption that we never chose to adopt. A broken record of a sick society, playing on repeat. An empty song that insists upon its own independent existence and will to control. We hold ground in this fort we have built in our heads. Here we are willing to suffer in order to avoid the unknown void and feel safe. Just me and my comforting war strategies. But what we have yet to see is that what we take ourselves to be is also just another drawn-up war plan. The real you is watching, unattached, further back, simply witnessing. It's like when we are so completely absorbed in a project that we lose ourselves. But this identification is a confused and entangled focus. It's innocently believing the story of me and my life to be true. A very convenient, soothing, and unclear zooming into the content and mistaking it for the context. If you can perceive your body and mind, then you can see that you are not that, because you can't perceive what you are. Like a floating eyeball trying to find itself. It just can't. But we have the ability to imagine and believe that I am the body, and the body is the perceiver. Eventually, we grow tired of the war games. A curiosity for what might happen if we lay down arms and surrender starts to dawn. A potentiality for a new discovery, and our interest begins to naturally reorient to this open and curious noticing. The illusion of identifying with the content dismantles itself gently. There is no need to stop the content from playing. The most profound grace is to see that we don't have the ability to stop the thoughts and actions. What seems to be is already, and can be no other way. Now it's gone. Now this. Now this. But we can step back into that which is always still and silent, sober and loving, where there is already no need to stop or alter what happens, and being is effortless. If this noticing doesn't interest you, then that's perfectly okay. There's no need to force it, and you can come back to it when you feel drawn. But if you feel a curiosity about the nuances of this stopping, let's do it now. This can be done anytime there is undistracted time, space, and interest. While doing dishes or showering, for example. There is never a need to force the mood for it. Sometimes we just can't get out of our mind enough, and that's perfectly okay. It is enough to be open to it when the opportunity comes. Now take a deep, energizing breath. And let's begin to look. Eyes open or closed, it doesn't matter. As if the matrix will crumble before your eyes at some unsuspecting moment. If only you were vigilant enough. You don't have to notice any specific thing. Awareness innocently moves towards the most shiny object, so to say. Watch. You may notice the aching in the body. The temperature in the environment. the ambient sound. The colors and shapes in the visual field. Even behind the eyelids. There may be subtle or even intense sensations of emotion in the body. Thoughts of navigation and orientation pop up randomly. Am I doing this right? Meet every thought with the realization of that's just a thought, and keep looking. What you are looking for is never a thought. You are looking for an obvious simplicity. A wordless sentience. The key is to be as the space that allows these things to come and go. Watch the awareness effortlessly shift from one phenomenon to another and back again. Investigate, but not in symbols. The more we earnestly look in this way, the more space is created between what you truly are and the identity. You are holding space for the identity to react as it does. It will throw out anything and everything that it thinks will interest you to pull you back in. Don't bite. Simply see it's just a thought and continue to look. The identity is nothing without your interest. And when you don't follow it, and you withdraw your attention, it senses its own demise. It will flail and frantically try to conclude something. This is boring. So what? Simply see it. It will arise and fall, as all things do. You are creating a gap of clarity. The identity can't survive here indefinitely. You will, over time, begin to notice the thoughts with a new and interesting quality. How automatic and unowned they are. Like a hummingbird comes and dances and says hello. Look at me. I exist. So too do thoughts. It's a mere empty survival mechanism. And you are never thinking them. This will become glaringly and perhaps frighteningly obvious to you at some point. No matter where attention goes or the content that arises, do not engage. Just see it. Your awareness gives it expression. It just wants to be seen, not analyzed, not known, fully seen and felt. And then it falls away forever, as if it never was. Become the sky that welcomes any storm. This noticing is a hands-off method. The hardest thing to do is nothing. We are used to getting in the mud with the stories, but we can refrain and see the phenomenon goes on magically without you, without your engagement. It may take some time. I visited this resonance as a seeker whenever I was tired of looking in thought for the conceptual answer. I began to sensitively notice when I could and felt drawn to throughout the day for about 6 months, and it changed me forever. It was like an energetic surrender that made room for the inherent intelligence of life to step forward and reveal the illusion for what it's always been. This approach is the key to an energetic unraveling that can't be undone. And when noticing calls you to your psychological death, it's safe to show up and be there for it. We intuit what we are by seeing what we're not. You have the capacity to behold your true face. Is this whole awakening thing about being able to discern what is real and what is not? Yes and no. We could say it's about seeing the emptiness of the words real and unreal. These words actually don't point to anything. Real and unreal are completely imagined. And we can also say, this is about realizing what is real and what is not. The ability to discern between conceptual fantasy and sense perceptions. The paradox pervades everything and can't be escaped. The paradox is freedom. There are no actual rules here. Only infinite ways to perceive. And at the same time, there is no paradox. What seems to be paradox is wholeness. Appearing as paradox. This is transcendence of the realm of meaning. Of the conceptual solidity. Of the opacity of knowing. And simultaneously, there is no transcendence. This is this, no matter how it appears. Seeking for transcendence creates that which must be transcended. This is freedom for the experience of transcendence to express. This is unconditional love, acceptance of all already. Not what we have learned that love is in books and movies. This is brutal love. This love is free to be fear, free to be hatred. Unconditional love is what these are made of. It is the substance of all. And if it's everything, can we really call it anything? We can call it what we want. But everything or nothing can't be pointed to. This is what nowhere to go looks like. And it very convincingly looks like going somewhere. It feels like movement. It looks like arrival. But have you ever been there? And if all is this, is there anywhere to go that is not this? Wherever you go, there you are. There is no doing here. And this no doing feels like doing. It seems like seeking. It looks like achieving, like striving. It's very convincing. Doing was never what we thought it was. Everything that was done was not done. And at the same time, this could not be more free to do as it pleases. Without opposition, no thing exists apart from it to manipulate it. That which we call a journey is unstoppable, insatiable. It barrels forward as the expression of emptiness. Knowing was never what we knew it to be. There is no knowing. And this is what no knowing looks like. Learning, understanding, strategizing. It feels very comforting It gives us a sense of control. In this beautiful, free dance, we get to have control when there is no such thing. There is no thing that exists that can stop this playing and knowing. But knowing is like paint. It's an artistic medium. Knowing never knew. It isn't what we think it is. It's freedom. Not knowing. And time. It never existed. Time is merely a psychological construct, an agreed upon measurement system. It's made out of timelessness. This ungraspable, fleeting immediacy. This now. This emptiness allows what we call time to come and go. Flowing in and out of awareness. There has never been control. And no control allows the expression of control. Control isn't what we think it is. Control is made of innocence. Control is just like a child choosing their favorite color inexplicably. There is no reason why. There is no knowing how. There is no existential reason for this. It's senseless. Just like art, it exists for the sake of itself. Just because. These words, like control and knowing, one day we just see through them. We see them for what they are. Fleeting, ephemeral symbols, empty of meaning. We see that nothing is what we named it. It's equivalent to a bird singing. All is equally this medium of expression. Even the words. Allowed by emptiness, wholeness, timelessness, This is love. Chaos and freedom. All there is this unadulterated liberation already. There is no one to navigate this apparent world. There can be the appearance of one navigating, but it isn't what it seems. Whether we want to hear it or not, this is simple. And this could not be more obvious. This is commonly avoided because it strips away all we ever knew, all we ever believed. It takes away our precious control. And the contents of mind is a very clever distraction from this intimacy. There only needs to be openness to notice this. We don't have to manufacture this state. It isn't a state. It's all states already. We only have to notice. Without the belief in thoughts, without the comfort of arrogance, without the manufactured knowing. And even this is futile. This can be noticed. This clarity dawns as naturally as the sun. And it rises in its own time. There is only this singularity. Nothing more. There's no one to ask it questions. Hold it accountable. To impose standards upon it. That would not be love. There's already no one to disagree. No one to judge it or celebrate it. All is this one life. It can't be escaped or attained. It is the seeking, the lostness, the confusion. Limitedness is what this is doing. But only as a fleeting piece of art. This was never personal, never serious. fully free to express as personal. This is liberation. This chaos, expressing as wild, dramatic stories. Who is there to oppose this? There is no room, even for a blade of grass. There is no time for a complete exhale. There is absolutely no knowing this. The knowing is inherent already. It's beating your heart. The knowing is the vibrating sound of my voice. It's not how many books you read or how many videos you watch. It can't be measured in IQ. It can't add to you. It's this humming, vibrating aliveness. What could be more brilliant than this ordinary miracle? There's nothing to compare it to. Society taught us wrong, and thank God for that. We are endowed with the richness of contrast. We can't know peace without suffering. Expansion depends upon contraction. These are not two. It makes it possible for the heart to beat. Everything is a gift from yourself to yourself. Everything happens for you. The experience of not wanting this happens for you. We get to know what it's like to live and die, to love and lose, to run and play, and lay on our deathbed. We get to know what it's like to desire and need when there really are no such things. There is no lack. There is only the brutal impersonal bliss of expression. This awakeness includes misery, self-loathing, and shame. We were told there is a shadow, a right way and a wrong way. And of course, innocently, we believed. Innocence is compelled by the stories, by the hero's journey. We get to know what it's like to be an object, navigating a world of other objects. When there really is no such thing. We are art, and art is blind to its own beauty. Until it's not. You only have one medium, and that medium is yourself. You are the painter, the paintbrush, the paint, and the canvas. And these are seamless, whole, complete. This becomes what it wants to experience. It's completely safe to forget and take yourself to be the expression of this. What appears. This wild roller coaster ride with kaleidoscopic motion, lights, shapes, and colors, exhilarating and devastating sensations. There is only this richness. Without the belief in a thought, without grasping onto the regurgitated and contrived meaning. This is a miracle. You don't have to understand. Just notice. There is no need to allow. There isn't even a possibility of allowance. Just look. This is allowance already. This does not have standards. Where are the standards? A standard isn't a standard. It's a thought. Where are the expectations? Expectations have nothing to do with this immediacy. It has nothing to do with the infinite detail in this immediacy, in sight, in sound, in sensation, in this sentience. You can't find an expectation here. Understanding is redundant. It was never what we thought it was, and it was never needed. It's an innocent waste of energy and space. Understanding is practical, and it arises perfectly, spontaneously, as it does. It's futile to understand. It's impossible. You can't know what you are. You can only be it. And you do it perfectly already. Only a thought says otherwise. You mix the shadow perfectly with the light every time. This is immaculate aliveness. And it's all there is. And yet you are not deprived of meaning, knowing, going. You get to have your cake and eat it too. This is freedom. You've heard it 1,000,001 times. The word already. As seekers, we think we know what it means. And we file it away somewhere in the mind. We wonder, yeah, but how do I get to already? Can you sense the irony in this logic? So let's enter the irresolvable garden, where the gate is always open, and unpack what the word already attempts to point to. Already. Striving is really just resting as dynamic action. Already. How the word rings like a bell without a ringer. A secret that can't be told. An embrace without arms. Losing the map is safe. Curiosity and openness is a lamp unto our feet. How much of your life has leaned towards not yet? How many hours of hopes and fears have been pinned up in the future more wholly than this? We promise ourselves, when I'm wise, when the wounds have healed, when I truly love myself, when I see through the fog, then I will have arrived. But notice the wild aliveness humming in your bones. Beneath all the plans, there are many potential dimensions of our being, and the symbolic thought forms are only one. What if right now you are not on your way? What if wholeness isn't in your future any more than it is here? Maybe it's in the fragrance of the autumn breeze. Prior to longing, we commonly turn away from the curious openness that already, as a pointer, can potentially evoke, because we know it will snatch away our precious becoming, our control. What if what I've been searching for, the truth, is this already? Then that would be devastating to me, because I don't prefer this. I should feel better than this. But should you? We want to be like the sages, but we aren't always willing to drop what we think a sage is, or what their experience is like. Have you ever fully dove into that uncomfortable openness, where there is a true willingness to be wrong about everything we assumed about life? Where fantasy is seen for what it is? What is actually being avoided here? It's the last place we wanted to look, and we won't know what is there to find until we go there. The resonance of already. The sages say that this is it. If that is true, then the only thing to do is truly stop and look. The fish can sense the water, but it must swim backwards to see that it isn't the swimmer, that there is no swimmer, only infinite ocean. We are so skillful at grasping, innocently, chasing insight, improvement, the next better moment. It's all natural and understandable. But has anything real ever happened in the future? Look directly. Even your anticipation is an appearance of here and now. Ironically, it seems that what we resist persists. It already is a non-resistance that allows resistance. These insights are very subtle and never what we project them to be. The energy of effort stirs. Movement plays as a self that cannot be. And the groundless ground does not shift. It's already dancing in plain sight. No expression is actually grasping or aversion. That would require one who could do such things. You can see this with open sensitivity. Every insight is already saturated with itself, utterly intimate, already immediate, already home. Have you ever seen a wave swimming back to the ocean? Does the light of a candle need to remember the sun? All becoming is play. The unmovable, basking in its freedom. No self. Just this seamless, unknowable miracle. That which pretends to perceive is also perceived. There isn't you and your dream. Only dream. That which we call the seeker arises and vanishes many times a day. But what listens as sound? What sees as the seen? What is awareness? What never begins? What appears as seasons and yet doesn't come and go? It's safe to lay down the striving at the altar of already. It's not you. It's your art. Notice how spontaneously the world moves when you make no effort, when nothing is outside of thisness. This radiant presence, this awareness, is not earned by discipline or belief. It's not an after effect of wholly becoming. It is always prior to the light show we call effort, silently embracing even the longing for change. Notice, you are not resting in experience. Experience rests in you. Every struggle and pursuit wildly appears within this wholeness that cannot be owned outside of imagination. There is a poverty in chasing the imagined better than this. The poverty of claiming. Trade it in for the poverty of knowing. The unknown is a void that is filled with aliveness. And although it cannot be conceptually known, it can be recognized. True wealth is in discovering the simple, unowned bounty of being. Already the world is pouring itself into itself as your sense perceptions. Already the ambience of the room, the sentience of the body, the natural urge to move, the confusion, laughter, and wonder. All of it is pure immediate arrival, ever present. Isn't it surreal? How what was believed to be effort and drama has been the play of the limitless, seeking, dancing, dazzled by how it can seem to be, exploring its own infinite beauty through countless masks. If you want to find what is truly yours, stop. Notice the already unbound reverie in the actual. See what can never be gained and never be lost. Notice how even the effort to be present is presence itself. Luminous, numinous, already. There is only mystery, a luscious enigma. You are this open awakeness, unstained, unburdened, unaged, timeless. The space for what seems to be limited to arise and fall. Let every thought be free. What could they possibly say about you? What harm can a word do that you don't allow with your interest? Every emotion is already welcomed. Grief, joy, confusion, clarity, certainty, numbness, longing. All are brilliant facets in the diamond of already. With or without the imagined entity of me. There is nothing to escape this. Only unalloyed freedom for all appearances to be as they are. Already. Joy doesn't need to banish sorrow. Insight doesn't need to extinguish confusion. Worthiness is not at war with shame. There's only the sun, all-encompassing, shining as all. Each wave is the grace of the boundless, celebrating itself and dissolving without regret. You can forget transcendence, and drop the need to know, the fear of missing out. Be liberated from liberation. Freedom is only a thought, believed. And with or without it, this is freedom. See what is effortlessly so. Already without doership, this completes all. Every millisecond is an infinitely complex universe unto itself, fleeting, flowing, unconditional. All of this can be noticed without interest in the filters of knowing. Can you even know that you are lost? No. That's a frantic coping assumption. An innocent thought, magically appearing from nothing, inherently empty. And when you sleep or laugh, that doesn't exist at all, in any form. Feel the rhythmic ebb and flow of the breath. Can you actually find anything that is missing from this experience that isn't already included? Silence sings every note. Every flavor of humanness resounds with the truth of infinite sentience. The miracle that anything exists at all. Each instant reveals the fullness hiding as the ordinary. The sacred masquerading as your own heartbeat. The only problem is there is no problem. Maybe not in the story, but problems can't be found in being, in sober seeing. Only free expressions of preference. Beautiful or not. We get to have that. The richness of contrast. The only cost of already is the willingness to lose the idea that you can lose. You simply can't achieve your being. You can't know yourself conceptually because you are that. You can't arrive to where and when you cannot leave. In this unspeakable, dynamic stillness, patterns unfold. Gratitude blooms. Laughter reverberates. No protector is needed. What you are is prior to danger, prior to safety, freely allowing the expression of fragility and finitude. Already, intimacy is undoubted, even as doubt arises. Just look, without knowing, and you will see. And that which you took yourself to be will not return from that. Wholeness is not waiting for permission. The song of already was sung even before you learned your name. You can rest in this openness and see what fears and wonders it brings up in you. Allow the glory of being to devour you as this play of process that isn't a process. Let your burning inquiry dissolve in this pristine clarity of already. The play of seeking already bows to the abundance of what is always so. You have never sought. And if you find yourself chasing again tomorrow, that too is this. You can't escape being. You can only pretend to. Sleeping or awake, painful or blissful, wholeness unwaveringly adores it all. Empty, full, without opposition. You are this open alreadiness. Can emptiness become a belief system? Let's talk about it. As seekers, we spend our time trying to somehow reach the recognition of it. But even emptiness can be conceptually hijacked. It's easy, isn't it, to turn even the most radical insight into something to hold on to. The mind's so clever, so quick to innocently make doctrine of what was once perceived as raw mystery. Emptiness. It sounds deep, spiritual. Sometimes we are afraid of it. Sometimes we use it as a new and improved safety net. No self, no thing to grasp. The end of suffering, the last refuge. How romantic. But what if emptiness too can become just another well-worn neural pathway? A belief system. Ironically rigid in its refusal to hold anything, where the mind conveniently stands in the idea of nothing to stand on. How cunning and playful are the mind's endless games. How quickly we paint the walls of our new freedom. But this isn't really a pitfall. It's an opportunity to deepen into the wonder of unknowing. A compassionate invitation for this human experience to dance as it wills. Watch how the mind loves to grab the insight of emptiness and wield it as a shield to protect us from how intensely uncomfortable our emotions can be, as a sword to defend against the snares of identified thought forms. This is subtle. What begins as openness ends as a subconscious conclusion, a foothold on the path, a place to hide from life, or from the broken tenderness of being human. Emptiness can't be believed or understood, not by anybody. It's unspeakable, unfathomable. It can't be gained or lost. It's primordial. We have never not experienced it. We've never not been it. Therefore, it is utterly full of life, as life. Emptiness is this ever-shifting presence, no matter the texture it appears as. It's no other than unalloyed aliveness, untamed and relentless in its declaration of being. It's freedom. The word apple doesn't have a taste and can't nourish the body. And the word emptiness can never be empty. When we speak of it, we make it into a thing that I can own, a way to see the world, a comforting understanding for the mind to use as a coping mechanism. But emptiness can never be boxed and owned. It's too everything, too no thing for that. Emptiness is not the absence of things. It's the absence of fixity. Everything flowing, arising, dissolving, coming and going. But the mind is a hungry ghost, and its job is to find solid ground where there is none, to build castles from sand. And this is never a bad thing. Mind is a beautiful creative tool. It innocently wants to fill the void with content, and it will. The emptiness is the space for the mind and body to express as they do. Imagine a potter's hands covered with clay, shaping a bowl, then midway letting it collapse. Smiling, she starts again. She knows it's all play, and that her hands are never holding anything for too long. Emptiness is the space for things to arise, dissolve, reshape. But we so easily make it into a new doctrine. My new shield from the full-on potency of being alive, fragile, and finite. We can notice the urge to know, the impulse to find a dogma of how this is, and even nothing can be known is a conceptual ground. Now sense, instead, the tingle of the air on your skin, the flicker of light and shadow, the raw ambient sound arriving and passing away. This never lands. It flows. It trembles. It refuses your safety nets. It will gently dissolve every belief we hope to yield for the sake of controlling this life. Even the belief in emptiness, meaninglessness, and no self. We can't know what this is. We can only seem to know. This is too intimate to know itself in this way. It knows itself by being itself. There can be an unsettling and awe-inspiring reverie in that. No matter what is arising in experience, you are cradled by emptiness. It lends freedom for preferences, beliefs, even confusion. It allows these things to play as they do, and they are not two. There is no correct way this is. It's always, and it freely allows the experience of seeming to understand how this works. Emptiness is empty. It can't be a preferred state for me. The mind can pretend to put it in a box all it wants, but it will never fit. It's too infinitely full to be labeled, even to those who intuitively recognize it. A flow of balance is where this is leading. Not clinging to knowing or not knowing. Not preferring emptiness over fullness, or avoidance over engagement. The polarities play within us like waves flowing in and out. Expansion, contraction, integration. We can blindly trust this movement, even when we do not trust. We can trust that. It is intimately what we are. Balancing is life as play, sometimes dissociated, sometimes consciously present, moving freely in and out of the fleeting states that can feel like self or no self. But there was never a self, and there is only ever the self. We can never pin this paradox down. It's too whole for that. Always inconceivable, no matter how convincing the stories. Ever valid, ever seamless, ever playing as the miracle of life. If you notice yourself landing on, well, it's all empty anyway, pause. See that that's always a concept. What's being pointed to is never in the words. It's prior to them. Is it being hijacked by another innocent attempt to cope? Is it subconscious repression of the authentic expression of what's coming up for you now, to be felt and seen? Emptiness as a belief system can be a natural defense against feeling grief, fear, confusion, shame. So innocently. And it never says anything about you. It never means you failed. You are playing this drama perfectly. Always. Are you checking out of life and calling it awakening? If so, that's completely valid. I've fallen into this pit of spiritual bypassing on more than one occasion. But is that really what you want? Or do you want to see the clever mind games that's merely a survival mechanism and embrace it? To have compassion for the expression of trauma and coping from which it came. Bring it home and close the gap. This is not a mistake to correct, just a movement to be seen. Mountains do not exist, and mountains have always been mountains. The mind wants to freeze the river. This is the answer. Nothing matters. Emptiness is the final truth. But the river will melt, and you will be carried on in spite of every claim. Life doesn't care what we pretend to know about it. Every single believed stance will be dismantled, precisely to remind us of what we really are. The great unnameable mystery that allows all. Let life show you where you've tried to make emptiness a new ground. When have you used it to comfort your fear or feeling? When has it dulled your compassion or curiosity? When have you claimed to be done, but secretly long for intimacy? You see, this is all about preference. And if you prefer, let these questions bring you back to the breath, to the heat in your hands, to the ache in your bones, back to ground. Reality will not be boxed in by meaning or meaninglessness. We can trust the loosening grip of our conclusions. What needs to be known right now? Notice the pulse in your feet, the hollow hush between thoughts, the fullness of emptiness, and the emptiness of fullness. Emptiness is not an absence. It's the freedom for the infinite expressions of life and all its richness. There is no ground, only the expression of ground. And this can't be known. Emptiness is not your shield, not your trophy. It is the unspeakable openness where joy and sorrow alike are effortlessly honored by their very existence, where judging and compassion are both liberated, and conclusions are only ever a play of energy. We get to land where there was never a ground, and run, jump, and free fall again and again. The journey is the destination. You can feel how life moves, ever unowned, ever unresolved, and see how, in this dancing mystery, balance is already effortless. There can be a looming frustration that many seekers never rarely speak about. The sense that no matter how many books are read, how many sad songs are watched, how many perfect phrases are collected, it never quite lands. It's like chasing a shadow on a wall. The mind hears word after word, pointer after pointer, and still feels, I resonate, but somehow I don't understand. This is an offering to that exhaustion, to the part of you that is tired of trying to understand, tired of the paradox, tired of trying to make reality fit inside a perfect conclusion. The mind is naturally binary, black and white. It wants yes or no, true or false, real or unreal, self or no self. Language is built like that too. It's polarities, subject and object. Every phrase we use, even a pointer like, it's just this, leans toward one side of an invisible line. This or that, here or there, me or you. But what is actually appearing right now is both and neither. Both empty and form. Both movement and stillness. Both intimate and impersonal. And at the same time, none of those categories pin this down. There can be something deeply dissonant about that. A binary mind meeting a both and neither reality is like a two-dimensional grid trying to map the sky with no edges. No matter how sincere the attempt, the map is always too small and rigid. And so the mind keeps revising the map, hoping one day to get it just right. Every non-dual pointer you have ever heard arises inside this tension. The words are born in duality, trying to gesture toward what is not to. A pointer is never a truth. This is key. It is an arrow. Its only honest function is to redirect attention from the story to the immediacy that the story appears in. But when a pointer lands in a binary mind, something strange happens. The arrow itself can become a new idol, a new rule, a new badge of identity. Everything is emptiness, can collapse into nothing matters. All is one, can solidify into only awareness is real, and everything else is less than. The very sentence that dissolves confusion in one heart can deepen it in another. The very phrase that opens one person into wonder can push another into despair. This is not because the phrase is correct or incorrect. It's because language arrives in a mind that divides, compares, clings, and defends. So the seeker tries harder, collecting better words, sharper pointers, clearer mantras. If I could just find the right teaching, the correct explanation, it would finally click and stay. But reality is not waiting to be pinned down by conclusions. Trying to capture this with language is like trying to staple mist to a wall. The harder we push, the more exhausted we are. And eventually, it's seen that there is nothing to hold. It's too everything to grasp, too close to find, too fleeting to know. And yet, there's also a tenderness in what seems like failure. Because every time language breaks, something wordless shines through the cracks. Look closely at what language really is. Just frequency in the air, or lines of light on a seeming screen, arising and vanishing in a silent field that is projected by the mind to be out there. A word is never the thing it points to. Water does not wet the mouth. Fire does not burn the page. Awareness is not aware of anything. Words are empty. They point to a thing that they are not, pointing away from themselves toward an unseen intimacy that they can never grasp, contain, own, or even truly symbolize. Language is an exquisite liar in service of truth. It separates what can never be separated, just long enough to hint at the seamlessness that can't not be this, whatever it happens to look like. In that sense, every sentence about non-duality is an expression of defilement, a misleading failure to point to this. The deeper mystery words point to have to be seen for oneself, past the comfort of meaning. This is a divine failure if it is not taken as a literal description, but a mere gesture. The mind hears this and tries to use it. Okay, so the mind is the wrong tool. I'll stop using the mind. I'll reject language. I'll just be. Notice how even that is another conceptual project, another strategy, another subtle attempt to control, improve, or purify experience. The mind cannot resolve the mind. The mind is only a problem when the mind believes in the mind. Thought cannot think its own absence into existence. It's already absent. And here's the unexpected mercy. It doesn't need to. It can't. Wholeness is not waiting for the mind to finally get its act together. It's not asking for thought to change. Whatever you call reality, this, being, emptiness, it's not threatened by language. Words cannot damage it, and silence cannot improve it. The mind can only seem to obscure what is, in the same way clouds only seem to obscure the sky. Even in total overcast, the sky is not touched. So when it is said, the mind is the wrong tool for the job, let that be heard lightly. It is not a condemnation of thought, only a recognition of its limits. Balance is the key, my friends. You would not use a thermometer to listen to music. The tool of the mind is beautiful and precise, but it's in the wrong domain. It simply cannot report what is. Thought is brilliant at creating abstract artistry, navigating the illusion of time, story, and practical life. Yet it's utterly useless at reporting what this is prior to all stories. Yet even the distinction prior to stories is still a story. An impotent echo of symbols, attempting to mark what cannot be before or after anything. There are no words for what this is, how it is, why. Existential meaning cannot be touched by human intellect. Nondual language often dances in paradox, both and neither. Form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. Self and no self, meaningful and meaningless. It's just more this and that. It can't be escaped, and it doesn't need to be, because this is what wholeness looks like. It looks like duality. To the binary mind, this feels like nonsense or cruelty. How can both be true? Just tell me which one it is. But all the different speakers aren't trying to torture you, per se. It's just language stretching to its breaking point, trying to hint that the polarities themselves are dream content, offering something that can never be given. Seeds thrown out on ground that is the whole spectrum of fertile or barren. Both and neither is not a puzzle to solve. It is the sound language makes when it reaches the end of its own map and cannot go any further. And from that edge, there is a blind leap into the primordial intelligence that is the most obvious thing in the room. The only thing. And it's seen. There isn't even a distinction between higher and lower intelligence. They are literally the same. Therefore, the mind isn't a problem. It's a wild, innocent play of freedom that no idea, no one is doing. When the mind is no longer believed as an existential owner and reporter, as the authority on what is, the paradox doesn't just resolve itself. It's seen to have always been resolved, whole, complete, utterly unknowable. It becomes less like a riddle and more like a mirage. Fascinating, mysterious, shimmering, magical. We can discern the seeming difference between the artist, the medium, and the art, and watch them collapse into an unspeakable wholeness that always was. The word non-duality, an image of a circle, the sound of I am, or this, or stillness. These are innocent, misleading masks. They do not capture reality. They decorate it, like patterns drawn on water. A symbol becomes heavy only when it is mistaken for the thing it points to. Then non-duality turns into a dogma, an identity, a position opposed to duality. Symbols are already transparent. Meaninglessness, masquerading as all potential meaning. Meaning is meaninglessness. And it's not a thing to be captured and owned, but marveled over. It marvels over itself already. We can notice this. Words can arise and vanish without leaving a residue, like a bird passing through the sky. They can be held delicately, humbly, lightly, honoring the unknowable nature of even the small mind. Such a wonder. In this transparency, symbols are free to play. The problem is never that they appear, only that they are worshipped as the giver of meaning, or feared as more than mere shadows. My proof that this is not yet this. You might notice a quiet grief as this is felt more deeply. a grief that no phrase will ever be the final landing place. No teaching will ever fully satisfy the hunger for certainty. There is a mourning in recognizing that there will be no last place, no perfect conclusion that explains everything, no conceptual finish line where the mind can finally rest. Yet in the same breath, there is relief, because the absence of the final explanation is also the end of the search for it, the death of the need to know. When language is seen as empty, it loses its authority to define what you are. It can describe appearances, but it cannot legitimize reality. Reality doesn't need to be legitimized. It can't be. It is legitimacy already. Right now, words are appearing, sounds and text, floating in a vast, unspoken context that does not begin or end with them. Notice that this context, this presence, this aware no thing, does not depend on understanding. It is here, before meaning, during confusion, and after clarity. Whether the mind agrees or disagrees, gets it or doesn't get it, this remains exactly as it is. Call it consciousness, being, emptiness, God. No name, none of these labels touch it. In fact, every label points and misses at the same time. Each one traces the outline of something that cannot be contained. So what is left if language is empty? Not a dramatic mystical state, not a special attainment, not a spiritual identity. What is left is ordinary presence, unadorned by explanation or prerequisites. The feel of the breath, the vibration of the room, the body, the play of light and shadow, the simple sense of being. Nothing in that needs a name to be what it is. It does not become more real when described, or less real when forgotten. The emptiness of language does not erase the world. It reveals that the world was never pinned downable. Life is not happening in knowing. Knowing is happening in life. Knowing never knows, only plays. As this sinks in, there could be a softening around the whole project of figuring it out. Questions lose their interest. Not because the questions are somehow wrong, but because they can finally rest in the mystery without demanding an answer. The mind will still do what it does. Thoughts will still arise. Interpretations will still appear. Nondual phrases will still bubble up. But they are seen as weather, not as law. Passing commentary on something too immediate, too vast to ever be captured. In that recognition, the paradox is no longer a problem to fix. Both and neither can simply be the way it is. And of course, this script too is just a pile of symbols. A long finger pointing at the moon that can never be grasped. Every sentence here is provisional. You are invited to tear it apart, contradict it, forget it. It doesn't matter, because I'm not really saying anything. No matter what the mind decides is being said. Because the true offering is not any of these lines. It is the silent recognition that is listening. That recognition is not inside language. It's not caged inside the body. It's not inside time. It doesn't need to understand itself, to be itself. It doesn't need a conclusion, closure, or a final destination. The words can thin out now and grow more and more translucent. Notice the spaces between the phrases. The quiet before and after each thought. Notice that this quiet is not an absence, but a fullness without shape. This is what remains when language falls silent. No special state, no spiritual achievement, just the inescapable, indescribable that has always been here. You don't have to hold on to anything from this. You are already what all of this was trying and failing to describe. And when even that pointer dissolves, nothing is missing. The state that feels like I am doing this can always randomly arise, and it never means that there is actually someone doing something. This is utterly free to play as the relative cannot be escaped. Who would escape it? What seems to be is all there is. Now again the question. I wonder, if there is no self here, Why does this uncomfortable anxiety flood this personal experience? Since we cannot answer this question in a meaningful way without a delusional fantasy, it may be advantageous to investigate this question on a meta level, and not in the way that we have learned to strategize and ponder on such inquiries. Here are some definitions of the word meta. Something that is meta is self-aware, self-referential, or comments on its own subject or features, often in a way that transcends its original limits or context. Meta can also mean breaking the conventional storytelling norms or expectations. The word beyond or prior can be synonyms for meta. We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking that we use to create them. We can, with openness, notice that the question itself is based on many assumptions that are assumed to be known. I will list some here. We assume I can understand on an existential level beyond pragmatism. I don't prefer this, and something can be done about that. I know what no self looks like. I know what this should look like. If I understand properly, I can change this. This innocent and quite understandable question is based on comparison and expectations. It's utterly natural for our questions to come from this place, and there is nothing at all wrong with it. It's valid, and I remember what it's like to believe that there is only this one tool called understanding, with the power to control this human experience. But true wisdom means seeing that there is no knowing. And wise men say, comparison is the thief of joy, and peace begins when expectations end. If there is no knowing, and the questions are insoluble, then what can be done? Well, practically speaking, we can feel the futility for the first time, viscerally, without the extra dread of knowing that it shouldn't be this way. We can lean into the hopelessness that makes up what we call reality. We can recognize that which we have avoided seeing. We can look boldly into the face of death, and into it the image is our own reflection. With openness, brutal honesty, and courage, we can relax into the last place we wanted to look. We can melt into the unknowable bliss of alive existential terror. We can see that there was truly never anything to do but this. Nowhere to go but here. Nothing that says suffering shouldn't express freely as it does. This is the death of arrogance, the transmutation of all memory into innocence. And it's the equivalent of an apple falling from a tree. It isn't right or wrong, but it can naturally be gleamed beyond the fog of knowing. We can lose interest in the desperate moaning of the analyzing thought forms and look closely at the mechanism of their arising. Asking why I suffer makes as much sense as asking a butterfly why it's orange instead of purple. Using thought itself to kill the belief in thought, to recognize its inherent primordial emptiness. And this is a simple, effortless noticing, not a doing or a thinking. And doing and thinking is always free to express, even with the noticing. We don't ask the birds to be quiet so we can inquire. We don't expect them to. And we don't give meaning to their beautiful songs that sing of striving and surviving and perpetuating. Without the meaning, the bird song is a miracle. Where does it come from? This is noticing of the survival mechanism itself, and no longer what it's going on about, which has taken itself to be the end-all, be-all of autonomy and control. We have heard all the stories ad infinitum, to the point of nausea. We see that the content of mind just isn't where the answers lie. So we begin to lose interest. Our zooming lens refocuses away from the content of mental chatter and more to the context, the prior, the space that allows thoughts. This is the backward step. It's presence, and it allows all to come and go like clouds in the sky. Just notice. It can't be gained or allowed or escaped. see that allowing is already. Whether there is an experience of selfing or not, preferred or not, it's all there is. No matter the texture and flavors it plays as. And here we can see that there is no thinker of thoughts, no doer of actions. That is only ever a thought. There can be a curious spaciousness for the nakedness of the self to be recognized, for the robe of expectation and comparison to fall. For the crown of knowing to be melted down into its base form of golden aliveness. This is what is left when you are too exhausted to keep up the act. Simply what is. All there ever could be. Pristine as it ever was. Untouched by time and space. Wildly all-inclusive of all potential expression. Already. All there is this. Its name is every sound. We can call it relative or absolute, but those are just seeming separate sounds, made of the same thisness, not two. It's too now to know. It's too everything to find. This is freedom from liberation. This is free for what appears to play as it does. Not freedom from what appears. Who is there to avoid this chaos? Liberation is only a thought. What is this without that thought? No self-realization isn't a state. It's all states already. If you know what it's like to be a seeker, then you also know what it's like to admire your favorite Nondual speaker, to listen to their pointers in awe and confusion, to project equanimity into their eyes, to wonder, why can't I just get this? Some invisible force seems to draw you to the message, but somehow you can't hear it. when they say, "This is it. It's everything," you hear something different. You hear the speaker say, "I have this thing. This is it for me. It's everything for me. Not you. Not yet." So we wait. Wait to believe it finally. For it to click. For what we imagine this reality is for the speaker to arrive and alert me that this is it. Because I know this reality of mine isn't it yet. We are waiting for an imagined state to appear. The speaker describes how ordinary this is. And we say, yeah, but how can I recognize it? What in God's dream is this energetic pattern of waiting for a special state while disregarding what is being pointed to? What seems to sustain this energetic hamster wheel? Well, I can only speak to my story, which I believe is a quite common story in our community. I think the root of this self-sabotaging behavior stems from a fear of fully feeling. At least it seemed that way for me. And I noticed subconscious coping mechanisms that were naturally already in place that protected the idea of me from fully feeling the intense emotions. Somewhere deep down, I believed that the emotions, which are only actually sensations, if not kept in check, would somehow kill me or drive me over the edge into complete madness. What were the clues of this emotional suppression? Well, conceptual negotiation, of course. An addiction to disassociation. Innocently and naturally, this is exactly how one runs from how they feel. They think about it, strategize, seek, to avoid the recognition of futility. We are addicted, not to thought, but to meaning. It's the perfect distraction. It gives us the experience of control. But can it give you control, actually? We don't usually make time or space to notice. And it's very convenient. We are very much like children. We like to play pretend. We have to keep up the act for it to be convincing. I feel on some level, we know that if we stop long enough, the jig will be up. The cat will be out of the bag. And there's no putting it back in. And so we are masters of hearing exactly what we want to hear. How else would we keep up the act? Of course, no one does any of this. But this pattern of running in circles to avoid this clarity can be noticed. In this story, there seemed to be a desperation that proliferated over time. And exhaustion became more and more palpable. And this seemed to trigger a radical openness that wasn't there before. A sincerity that was willing to fully feel as if for the first time what it's like to be broken, vulnerable, helpless, hopeless, fragile, and finite. This openness casted all comfort of meaning aside. The openness that, if it could speak, would say, "I want the truth, even if it kills me." And of course, the truth is that there is no truth. All truth is relative. And that relativity is the absolute. And when I felt the shame, existential terror, and weakness fully, what was found was wholly unexpected. Putting the stories down and placing awareness on fully feeling, I found nothing there that could harm me. Only pure, radiant, mysterious, miraculous aliveness. Completely unknowable. Without our drug of choice. This pseudo-symbolic imaginary realm of beliefs, assumptions, expectations, prerequisites, and comparison. What on earth is this? What is this all-pervading electric sentience? And where the innocent expression of knowing what anything is once danced, the most ordinary awe and wonder is born. You see, feeling is already allowed. That can simply be noticed, not figured out. This can never be fathomed. There is an intelligence that is not conceptual or symbolic and is naturally often overlooked. It knows how to grow trees and beat hearts. Nothing is concealed. Nothing is hidden from you. It's wild and free, and likes to pretend as well. It runs and plays to avoid looking into its reflection. It wants to know what it's like to be separate and have this and that and other. This great void of vastly intelligent potentiality deprives itself of nothing as nothingness itself. And it was never personal, only the play of innocence and beauty. The brutal futility of liberation already, of unconditional love, of being that which cannot be, purely for the sake of being. So the next time you assume that this is not yet this, ask yourself, how could I possibly know that? Perhaps the meaning of what is not preferred is empty. Could it be that this invalidating conclusion that says, no, this can't be it, because it simply isn't what I want, is this divine play of thisness as well? Already, clearly as it is, already valid and unimpeded by imagined other than this. I want to talk about the prior and inquire into what this word points to. As with many non-dual words, prior has two definitions. Firstly, although no word can describe this, the word prior attempts to point to all there is, and is synonymous with the word wholeness. There is only immediacy. But in the context of this video, I'll be pointing to the prior as a resonance of clear seeing without touching, which is a dropping of interest in reference to time. Simply seeing phenomenon as it appears and disappears. Only when we feel a curiosity to do so. This resonance doesn't have to be maintained. And as we spend more time here, we begin to see that the prior maintains itself effortlessly, no matter what state is arising. In the prior, there's a freshness that exists before labels, ideas, and strategies rush in. Paul Hederman calls it the before. It's also described as the witness, or the ground of being. Here, even the act of naming is already too late to the party. This is a direct and non-conceptual actuality, where conclusions are free to arise, but there is no guarantee that they will find a foothold. And expectations appear to ask for the gift of belief, so they can seem solid and real. Life is a dynamic flow of unowned action. What is happening is already gone, already shape-shifted by the time a thought tries to grasp or claim it. We can notice how thought reacts to what is gone, attempting to stretch out appearances in a timeline that doesn't exist, always claiming and summarizing, forever referencing the last flicker. The sense of self is this frantic, energetic pushing and pulling, ever an afterthought, reporting on a show that's already faded into instantaneous ungraspability. The more we can withstand the resonance of the prior, the more the drive for conclusions, certainty, and self-identification weakens. A natural curiosity can appear, not for what this thought could mean, but for what is. The shimmering, elusive actuality at the heart of existence. It's a clean seeing, disentangled from the net of conditioning and projections of what was before and what comes next. To spend time marinating in this prior is to remain ever on the trembling threshold of now. And in this, every thought is free, welcomed, and given the limelight for a fleeting instant. It doesn't matter what it seems to say. It's ultimately just a play that says nothing about you. The prior, or the witness state, is a gentle resting back, a diffused gaze that surveys the dance of sensation, sound, sight, and thought, without trying to grip or control. Where symbols are seen, without chasing them or pushing them away. A cleansing space is fostered. There's nothing to do here but sensitively notice. Old beliefs and patterned reactions come up to be seen and begin to unwind, not through force, but as if washed in the light of awareness. In this timeless space, all is free to come and go. And as we withhold interest, we sober up from the addiction to thought and the pseudo sense of control it promises. When we find ourselves with a curiosity for this direct noticing, we find synchronistic opportunities to bask in the prior throughout the day. It's like a powerful, radiant incubator, offering a creative tension, humming with the potentiality of intuitive insights. Here, it's possible to discern a thought for a thought, a perception as a perception. There's a palpable, fiery, and fertile ground where awareness can directly discover that it's no longer enchanted or ensnared by what the mind symbolically claims. The generational curse of second-hand knowing can begin to liquefy before our unowned eyes, and there will be no returning from that. When interest organically reorients from conceptual to actual, the season of discernment dawns. A newfound magnetic pull to directly investigate. We can ask, as if for the first and last time, what is this, truly, now? And expect no worthy answer, at least not made of words. An all-consuming, blazing honesty is approached. No symbol can capture this primordial aliveness. What becomes available is a willingness to see the emptiness, groundlessness, and the wild futility of all phenomena, but with an open wonder, not a negotiating aversion. The heart opens to the vibrant, untamed, innocent aliveness, pulsing as sensational presence. The world can suddenly be seen as impersonal rawness, unfathomably surreal, yet deeply intimate. From this pregnant space, there can come a sudden and quiet realization. I'm not the thinker, and the I thought is just another ripple in this silent prior. And even this is seen to be just another thought, a mere pointing that fails to refer to this unspoken obviousness. The urge to claim, orient, or conclude reveals itself as an empty ancestral habit, an automatic, empty survival function. No one decided to be confused, to self-reference, to suffer. And without the belief in autonomy or the knowing of anything at all, life still lives fully, magically. Everything is simply happening. Nature expressing as this energy of striving and seeking for the sake of the journey itself, for play, for the love of experience, there can be a mind-boggling recognition that destination is all there is. When the resonance of the prior gives birth to the insight of no self, we begin to have compassion for what appears as this body-mind and others. We can admire the stunning innocence of it all, whether confused or clear, broken or equanimous. There can arise a melancholic beauty in this limited futility, this seeming to be human. You can meet yourself and others not as entities that need to be fixed, but as life itself, valid, empty, pure, playful, like the cycles of a tree, the song of morning birds, the rise and fall of your own moods and thoughts can be experienced as glimpses of liberated expression in and as the vast sanctuary of the prior. Was there ever anything to do about what appears? Is there time to do it? And who could do such a thing? We can see that sentient knowing and conceptual not knowing already coexist as the truest wisdom. The mind will say it's not interested in noticing. And even if you try to cultivate this resonance, thoughts will nonchalantly say, "Ugh, this is boring. So what? This isn't giving me anything." Well, exactly. This isn't for that which you have taken yourself to be. This is surrender of the ideas of gaining or adding to yourself. This is a loss of what was false. The mind is hiding a deep terror of its own demise. It wants to keep up the act. Because if I die, who will protect life? But life doesn't need protecting. The knowledge of survival is primordial. It is what is breathing the lungs right now. What drives your car around town? What knows exactly how to respond to a happy stranger telling you good morning without a single premeditated thought? Infinite intelligence is already spontaneously living all of life. This, it's all there is. And there are vast implications to recognizing it that are directly lived. This unnameable radiance, what you truly are, It can be trusted. And there is no pressure to take the backward step. You are that magnificent that you can spend a whole lifetime pretending to be lost and never blink an eye. You can never not be you, no matter what seems to arise as confusion or suffering. It's dust in the wind to you. But if you feel the natural urge to see through the matrix of identity, it's safe to risk the backward step. Because empty awakeness is already all there is. Allow the prior to unmake you, to unstitch the web of selfhood, until only unspeakable openness remains. Find a home in what can never be conceptually known, only lovingly witnessed. The silent music of the before, the unborn freshness of the prior. There was never a need to know. Ask yourself now, is there a need to know? You already know the answer. And you have the capacity to feel the full-on futility and release that that answer can bring. Here you are, already whole, already true, already wonder, effortlessly shape-shifting into innumerable forms. To recognize the unbound nature of life, you must be willing to lose it first. Then life can show itself for what it is, not in symbols, but directly. You have always been this sacred paradox, as unfathomable awakeness. I want to talk about the elephant in the room. Awakening. Not as an event that happens for us, not as a personal attainment, but as a revelation of the nature of reality itself. A noticing of the fierce, unyielding, and utterly unconditional love that is the fabric of all things. For so many seekers, awakening is imagined as a kind of finish line, a moment of arrival, a reward of worthiness for earnestness and righteous effort. We picture it as something that happens to us, for us, or even because of us. But what if this is a misunderstanding? What if awakening is not something that happens to me at all? What if it's a recognition that the me who seeks is itself a fleeting appearance in the vastness of this mysterious aliveness? The me is just more dream stuff, not the dreamer. Notice the passing thoughts, sensations in the body. Notice even the sense of being a person on a journey. All of this is happening within a field of aliveness that is not personal, not owned, not controlled. Awakening, then, is not a special event for a special someone. It is the ever-present reality that is always here, always allowing, always open, regardless of whether or not it's noticed. And the subtlety of preferences. We all have them. We want peace, clarity, joy. We want to avoid pain, confusion, discomfort. This is completely natural. But notice how our preferences give momentum to seeking. Notice how we innocently grasp what we want and resist what we do not prefer. But look, reality is not bound by our preferences. Life unfolds in its own way, offering up moments that are pleasant and moments that are not. The rain falls on the just and the unjust alike. The sun shines on all as it sees nothing right or wrong. What if awakening isn't about getting what we want, but about seeing the futility of controlling what arises? What if freedom is the sensed experience of manipulating reality as all-inclusive obviousness for this to be exactly as it is? This is what we refer to when we say unconditional love, not as a sentimental idea of relationship, but as the nature of reality. Unconditional love is not a feeling. It is not always soft or sweet. It is unflinching, unbiased. The allowing of everything to be as it is. It is the space in which joy and sorrow, clarity and confusion, hope and despair all arise and dissolve. This love does not take sides. It does not prefer the light over the dark, the awakened over the asleep. It is the open field in which all things are permitted. All things are included. And this love can feel brutal. It does not shield us from pain. It does not grant us only what we want. Instead, it exposes us to the full spectrum of human experience, inviting us to see that nothing is outside its ruthless embrace. It allows heartbreak and loss, confusion, fear, and the aching longing for something different. Because it's not here to pander to our preferences and convoluted thought forms. Its purpose isn't comfort. It is here to allow everything, as absolutely everything. There's nothing outside of it to know it, manipulate it, or oppose it. This is the love that allows our resistance already, our existential angst, the experience of being haunted by imaginings of something better than what is. It is so all-encompassing that it radically allows for our preferences and aversions to exist within it. And noticing of this futility can dawn what simply seems to be, openly, without contriving what it means. If there's something you're resisting, what is it made of? Something you wish were different. Notice the subtle tension, the contraction around your preferences. What is that, actually? And now see if you can sense the space in which even this resistance is allowed. This that already does not judge, does not reject, does not cling or push away. This is the unconditional love of reality. Not as an idea, but as the fabric of existence. Notice the relief that comes when nothing needs to be different. Notice the futile peace that arises when this is what it is, and thoughts that it could be other than this are seen to be what they are, symbols, infused with confused desperation. This too is this. Paradoxically, the more we try to awaken, the more we reinforce the sense of a separate self who needs to awaken. The more we chase after what we prefer, the more we suffer. Awakening is the collapse of this chase. It is the seeing that there is no separate me who can control life, apart from life itself. There is only this unknowable, alive experience, this allowing. And in this seeing, there is a kind of freedom that is not dependent on circumstances. There is a love that is not dependent on feelings. And there is a peace that is not dependent on the absence of pain and suffering. This too is this, the obvious and already allowed joy and sorrow, clarity and confusion, to come and go as they will. A seeing that even your preferences are allowed, your resistance, your longing to awaken. This is not passive resignation, but an active, vibrant openness to life. It is willing to be touched by everything, to be broken open by love, to be remade again and again by the relentless expression of this impersonal reality. Notice the simplicity of being that is prior to effort and thought. It can only validate that which you seem to express as so fleeting, so empty, already allowed. Arrogance and knowledge had a love child. They named him Confusion. How ironic. I want to know, how do you know? How do you know that you know? What does pure, innocent awareness do when it's treated as an autonomous being? Well, look around. It tends to assume it's an autonomous being. And even in our languages, it's right there. The base assumption that there is someone who can be confused. But how do you know that? Here we seem to be in this miraculous, chaotic soup of expression. Here, there are infinite ingredients. Anything can be in the everything soup. Nothing makes sense here. Existential knowing is innocent and ignorant. Knowing can taste like comfort food for a time. And then taste buds and palates can become more refined. The ingredient of openness can change the flavor of the whole soup. It can taste more like unknowing. Delicious. There is a field of resonance that doesn't include concepts of right and wrong, should and should not, correct or incorrect. Would you be afraid to go there? It's a place of humility. Anything goes. Already. This place is always here. It's the filter of knowing that seems to veil it. The veil is also allowed, and when it's seen through, it is obliterated from all of history. Oh, there was never a veil. The need to know can seem like a fog, thick with belief that this can be known. Another assumption, innocent and already allowed. Where is the one doing all of this shit? I bet you can't find them outside of a thought. Notice the chaos. What thoughts it seems to provoke. What feelings may arise. This is what seems to be. No amount of mental negotiation can change it. Notice that noticing happens as it does. Thoughts are as real as they seem to be. What could this mean? You tell me. What has been purchased with the currency of knowing? What does it really give you? Because it isn't existential understanding. Some popcorn and a show? I see nothing wrong with that. Preferences are free to play without the belief in right and wrong. without the belief in self. Longing has always been without an entity to long. Of course, it can be felt, but notice. Is there a making that feeling into an image of grass that's greener on the other side? A thought of the future isn't real. It can be fantasy, play, avoidance of intense sensations, of vulnerability, impractical delusion. The future is only helpful while writing a grocery list. Mind is best as a slave. That's the preference here. Not a projection of agency. Does this animal own choice? Or is choice another abstract pacifier? Just notice. If you prefer the impersonal view, look with brave openness. Be willing to feel the fragile nature of this finite appearance. Be not afraid. Feel fully what it's like to be naked. A masterpiece, subject to the elements. An open and radical honesty will annihilate all precious, comforting delusions that you hold dear. And impersonal, pristine awareness remains. Awareness that already allows all. Just notice and see that there is no such thing as lack, and no reason at all that any person needs to recognize this. There are no rules against playing in delusion. Obviously, this is chaos. Infinitely, wildly more free than any concept of freedom. All is this already. This is wholeness, however it may appear. Whatever savage images may loom, grasping and averting are allowed to come and get warm by the fire, to eat their fill and dream dreams of spring. What you want doesn't matter. It never has. Isn't that wonderful? The universe doesn't revolve around you. Thank God. What more could you want? This is a ride. Enjoy it. Or not. Nothing says terror or psychological suffering shouldn't be here. Right? Unless it does. Right? See the simplicity? No conclusions needed. And conclusions are this too. Always welcome. We don't have a word for this, so we sometimes call it love. It feels like love. Brutal love. Is there really a need to know? Or is that a comforting belief? This is the freedom for the seeming process, for the beauty of evolution, growth, and maturity. The hero's journey. This is what seems to interest the so-called absolute. The absolute is whole and complete, as it appears as every part of the process. You wouldn't shame a small child for not understanding complex adult issues. But we tend to shame ourselves for not understanding existential truths. Many assumptions are believed to create the expression of seeking for truth. And they all miss the mark. Assumptions like, I can understand. I am becoming something better. I am. I can. And I will. But those are nothing but thoughts. And nothing but a thought believed says it shouldn't be this way. Where is the problem without a thought? As awareness of the nature of thoughts dawns, they become more and more transparent. Thoughts are random, conditioned, fleeting sounds and symbols, ephemeral, regurgitated from a sick society. The mind is an automaton of survival, a practical tool for this animal. and always impersonal, ever arising even without identification with thoughts. Twice removed reflections of what they symbolize. This can be noticed. There are no rules against the opacity of thoughts, ever. But they can become more transparent, lighter, meaningless. Thoughts never tell the absolute truth. They are wildly free expressions, already, of the relative, limited, finite truth, which is the absolute. This is the union of that which could never actually be separate. The pristine, meaningless, masculine emptiness with the sensational, innocent aliveness of the feminine. This can frolic with guilt and shame, terror and lack, precisely because it isn't those things. You see? This is the nature of liberation. Already. It's always a surprise, spontaneously arising from nothing. This would have it no other way. Just notice. You never needed the stories. They are the cherry on top. You can handle fully feeling this intense, alive roller coaster, seeming to be born and seeming to die. This is a drop in the bucket for you. Dust in the wind of your being. You are Callie. As well as the puny human she eats alive. And the fierce sensation of what these are like. You are anarchy and order. You are. What if the you you're trying so hard to fix, heal, and awaken was never an entity in the first place? Let's break down this concept of the small self, the one we're always referring to and attempting to get rid of. I'll preface this talk by saying all of this is just my personal relative opinion, nothing more. It's not a better perspective, although for me it is preferred over the identified view. First of all, let's talk about what the self is not. It's not an entity, ever. There's no such thing. What the self is a pattern in nature, a state that comes and goes for everyone, whether there is identified claiming of it or not. Selfing is a natural feeling of doership and engagement that we all experience. Seeker or sage. It arises as it's needed and falls when we sleep or are absorbed in something else. When we watch a movie, there's no selfing, because awareness is simply focused on something else. This selfing state doesn't need to be gotten rid of. It's a great thing to have. It's the identification with it that's the cause of the vast majority of psychological suffering. Identification is like a phase of a tree, an awkward adolescent phase of the psyche, and in it there can be growing pains. But it would make no sense to take this phase out because it's not preferred. It's a part of the whole and cannot be avoided. Identification is a trauma response to living in a sick world, a wholly natural reaction to being treated as an autonomous being since before we can remember. When we're babies, we're wild. We don't yet know the dangers and complexities of the world and human nature. But we trust the adults, and they tell us that we must act properly, that we are responsible. We are rewarded and punished based on our behavior in order to teach us how to survive in this world. And this is good. But because of this conditioning and the dualistic nature of language, we assume that we are autonomous, separate beings, entities. I'm the one behind the eyes, pulling levers. It's just an innocent misunderstanding. Seeing through identification is simply starting over and relearning what this is, investigating the patterns of reality for ourselves without the influence of society. That includes what I and all the speakers are saying. We don't know any more than you do. So the pattern of identity is like a sapling tree that you bound and wind with wire to make a shape, so as it grows, it becomes a beautiful tree sculpture. This is the natural conditioning of autonomy, the inevitable and innocent assumption of agency. But what we call agency is never agency. It's just an instinctual, automatic reaction to conditioning. Like the sun triggering plants to open their leaves. We don't say the sun did that. The sun has no agenda, and neither do we. What we call agenda is not agenda. This can be noticed. Identity is an energetic resonance based on one's belief structure. But nothing in that implies agency. Identity is a non-verbal droning assumption that says, "It's okay, I'm in control here. I'll just strategize and implement the plan, and all will be well." It's an urge, like when a cat sees a mouse and has to run after it. The same urge that makes vines grow up trees to reach the sunlight. The belief in right and wrong compels us into frantic striving. We have to know and get it right in order to be worthy and validated, to finally feel like a good little girl or boy. But in this frantic running in mental loops, we overlook that we exist and therefore are already validated by life. The bird building a nest is reacting in pure innate intelligence. It doesn't need a story about what it's doing or why. And yet, as humans, we have naturally confused our stories for much more than they are, with our ability to imagine. We believe the stories are the intelligence, full stop. Yet they are only a small, limited part of sentience, a puzzle piece that cannot show the full picture. Believed imagination is utterly confusing and convincing until it's not. It claims to know. It pulls empty meaning right out of the ether and seems to magically make it real. This tool is powerful, and when it misses the mark, we become obsessive and neurotic. It's the reason why people blame others for how they feel and convince themselves that their view is right and are willing to go to war over it. Identification is the difference between a story told to you in Mandarin and a sad story you tell yourself about yourself in your native tongue. There is a massive energetic difference between the two. One is meaningless, and the other has dire personal meaning. Yet all the words are inherently empty of meaning. The ownership, the claimership, lights the words ablaze, and they become real for the body. Meaning isn't the bad guy, but it can be a walking hell if it's not balanced with emptiness. An integrated view doesn't demonize what we call meaning, but sees that meaning is meaningless, like a game. We play for the fun of it, not because it means something. But it's this claiming of meaning to be mine that is the misunderstanding. We wholeheartedly believe that we own and are responsible for what arises as thoughts, feelings, and actions. But is that true as we have been taught? Can these things be separated from life itself? And how would one begin to see through autonomy, ownership, and the desperate need to control? Most of us believe in this imagined entity called me, but where is it? Someone said to me, "I believe I am a separate self." And I said, "But what is that made of?" And they said, "A thought." And I said, "Exactly. So what you just said doesn't exist. There isn't a self, just a thought." And I remember what that's like, to believe in the pseudo world that is projected on top of the actual world so deeply that it seems utterly real. I'm not denying that there is a body in this dream, but that doesn't imply agency. We can see the body for the body, and a thought for a thought, past the fog of conditioned assumptions. Now, we've been told that there's a right way and a wrong way, and it's very tempting to look at this conversation and see one view as right and one as wrong. Of course, the no-self view is correct, and the self-identified view is incorrect. But I don't see it that way. As I said, you can't take out a phase of growth and still have the expression of process. This identity phase is catalyzing. It is utterly needed, and just as important as any other phase in the evolution of the human psyche. There's nothing wrong with being self-identified. It just doesn't always feel good, of course. But in my opinion, on some deep subconscious level, it is preferred. And that's why it's appearing. As I like to say, we don't recognize this because we don't want to. A part of us wants to, and a part of us doesn't. We have never known what it's like to not feel like the doer, the thinker. We are afraid of the loss of control that we never had. And naturally, at a certain point, with grace, there will be another pattern that usually looks like openness, bravery, desperation, honesty, a rebellious willingness to be wrong about what we think this is and how it should be and will be. Coming to the end of the rope, our fear of the unknown lightens simply because we know what the alternative is. We've gotten the t-shirt. We've had our fill of the catalyst of suffering. It's done its job perfectly. And with nothing left to lose, we're willing to free fall. And of course, that comes with intense emotions that we were trying to avoid. It's like a Venus flytrap. We seek and disassociate to avoid our feelings and find that the only way to lighten them is to feel them fully, face our fears. And as much as we say this isn't conceptual, I would like to make the point that recognizing the empty nature of appearances is rational and evidence-based. The assumption of autonomy is not. In that way, clear seeing in the dream is absolutely attainable. We have to become scientists of the mind. And a good scientist has to place aside the interest in the mind's arrogant claims, biases, and hand-me-down beliefs, and investigate with all our senses. Not forever, just long enough to shake up the energy, like seeing if there's enough salt in the soup. You can't research that. You have to taste it directly. Eventually, we see that the imagination is limited. It isn't the end-all, be-all, powerful God of control we believed it to be. Just as much as it isn't a demon that must be gotten rid of. It has its place, but it can only truly be loved when it's seen through. It becomes semi-transparent, and we understand what its function was meant for. Creation of art, telling jokes, making plans, expressing affection, celebrating the beautiful gift of seeming to be separate so that we can have each other, and the play of process when none of these things actually exist. Wow. Now that's a wonder. As for existentially understanding, the mind is useless. You can't know this because it's too intimate, too this. It is the tools one might use to investigate it. It is the one who would investigate. Knowing is sentience, pumping your blood, effortless, not symbols. The tingling sensation in the body is your lover. The colors, shapes, lights, and the shadows are your reflection. The ambient sound in the room is always waiting, available to you, immediate, and it never demands attention. And even the thoughts, not their stories, but their nature, where they come from, how fleeting, ephemeral, and empty they are. Even they are trying to tell you. But you must listen with detached curiosity, and you will see that you aren't thinking them. We've tried all the figuring it out. We eventually become exhausted, like a full and sleepy caterpillar. We simply lose interest and see that it's hopeless and futile to hold life inside a conclusive box. The interest in symbols is only there because we believe that they can give us control. But what is control? It's a thought. We overlook our sentient wholeness because it's the only thing there is, like a fish searching for water. So what can a fish do but become tired, still, vigilant, humbled, losing interest in that which simply doesn't work? So I invite you, if you're open, to forget whatever you've been told by me or anyone else. You don't need it. You are the source of wordless intelligence. Words are misleading, no matter how clear they seem to be. They can't point to this. All the assumptions, expectations, and prerequisites must be humbly put down. And it takes a bravery to do that. There's a vulnerability there, a nakedness. The self was always just a state, an energetic momentum, innocently unfurling. It never said anything about you. It's just life, trying to survive. The vine growing up the tree, the bird making the nest, the human trying to understand what can't be understood. We speak of awakening, and to me there are two definitions. One is what I call recognition, which is something that happens in the dream on a personal level, which of course is impersonal, as all phenomena is. It's just a relative, energetic shift in perspective. Very simple, very ordinary. And what is recognized is the other awakening, which is an inherent awakeness. Always and already, this is awakeness. It's all-encompassing of all states, and it isn't a state at all. But in this process of elimination, what we think we know has to drop. We have to empty the vessel for the energetic intuition to find space to foster itself. And don't let anyone make you feel like practice or seeking is wrong. If you're like me, you know that that doesn't make any sense. You are being guided by yourself perfectly, no matter how chaotic the path seems. The process is exactly this already, as are you. It's merely energy that's running itself out, trying all its tries. Do not assume you know what this recognition is. In my humble opinion, that is the greatest barrier to clear seeing. I promise you that this is 100% unexpected. Cast it all aside and see it's just a thought. Empty, open. Look at the world as if you don't know what it is, because you don't. See the self for what it is: natural, free, automatic, wild, an impersonal survival pattern. And if you sensitively notice, without an agenda, it will become glaringly obvious that the self says nothing about you. Therefore, it's not a problem. And it can be loved for what it is. Deconstruct identity. Intuit what you are by seeing what you're not. I want to talk about doubt. As seekers, we know the voice of doubt. It's a master strategist, a map maker. It seems to project, avoid, make meaning. But does it actually do these things? Or is doubt just more tricky content, pretending to manage for the sake of the sense of safety? Let's look. As autumn descends, doubt arises and falls, like golden leaves drifting down. But when seen in the light of awareness and brutal honesty, we can see that it's never right or wrong, simply part of life's unfolding. We become willing to look into the heart of doubt itself, where it comes from, what it's made of, how long is it actually here? Not the stories it tells, but its nature. Doubt can be seen for what it is. And here's a spoiler. Doubt says nothing about you. And it isn't a problem. Doubt is acausal. When doubt arises, it is solely for the sake of itself. And in the dream, that causelessness appears as doubt, seeming to be caused by belief in thought. Very mind-boggling. Senseless, really. Paradoxical. But wisdom will never make rational sense. Wisdom is prior to sense. Notice when doubt arises, the mind jumps to find a reason, a root, or an answer. It frantically expects, knows, negotiates, and concludes. It's the spirit of not yet this. But doubt doesn't really have a cause, not one that can be traced back, any more than dusk needs an explanation to arise. Doubt seems to be a symptom of hypnotized focus, a worship of the idol of meaning. But when we truly face doubt, we can watch it simply float, free and untethered, like an autumn leaf, spun by currents unseen, unsolicited, unowned, already. Is there a belief that strategy can ultimately guide you to a final comfort? Thought is like a fleeting breeze. How could it ever offer fulfillment? It can only play as the unfulfilled. Confusion is believing thought to be a rational source of information. But thought is symbolic. Ephemeral sounds and symbols that can only pretend to point to the actual. This infinite prior is already the singular, sentient knowing that allows the expressive play of entanglement in thought believed. Sentient knowing alone is rational. Belief in thought is a pseudo-knowing, masquerading on borrowed awareness. Conveniently too busy to stop and look from the prior, daring not to behold the unknown, a resonance that is deathly afraid to stop, avoiding recognizing the mirage of identity. Doubt is an energetic phantom, defending its imagined realness, a tangled knot that can only seem to obstruct the flow of what may freely arise from being. The finger points to the moon, and pointers arise and offer a frequency for those with ears to hear. Some body minds will become hypnotized and appeased by the symbolic meaning, believing that the truth is somehow in the words. There is grasping them and an attempt to ascertain and own them. But this comes with a refusal to zoom out, wholly forgetting the moon altogether. This is the season of my comforting doubt. I must extract what this means about me and my life and where I'm going and exactly how that will look according to my logic. And there is no wrongness in this perspective. It's 100% understandable that the innocence of awareness would become bedazzled by what seems to be. But there is a meta reception of these pointers, a hands-off energy that is finally ready to see through the words. You, beloved, whatever you are, you have this magic ability to believe that certainty comes from symbols. But you are the certainty that is prior to all forms. And symbols can only be truly loved and seen when they are seen through and held lightly. No need at all to get rid of them. They say nothing about you. You allow them. They appear in you as your perfect, fleeting art. Doubt is the play of mind. But are you the mind? Or do you freely allow the mind? Don't decide if this is true or not. Don't rationalize this. Don't refer to thought. Just look directly. This wants to be hypnotized by the mind for a time. Otherwise, it would not be so. Being lost is invaluable in a way. It makes finding oneself so much more sweet in comparison. It's merely the season of small me against the world. The most dramatic act in the play. When I was a child, I spoke as a child. I understood as a child. I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. As the leaves know exactly when to fall, the play of identity, this zoomed in focus, effortlessly comes to an end when we've had our fill. Doubt and certainty are polar opposites of the same spectrum. In order to see through doubt, we must also be willing to see through certainty. There is only a seeming duality here. We naturally want to get rid of the parts we don't prefer and keep what we do. But seeking truth is a ride or die state of affairs. There will come a sacrifice of will to recognize this inherent willingness to see, no matter how uncomfortable that may be. We see doubt as only a protective coping mechanism, automatic. It recedes into and revolves around itself in a desperate attempt not to bleed into the vastness of the ocean and lose its form. And this seems to come at a great price. We are simultaneously comforted by this certainty and tortured by doubt. But what are these made of? What is this, really? Do these patterns not freely appear within your infinite beingness? Don't think about it. Look. Seeing through thought makes us feel vulnerable, naked. We are faced with the brutal futility of our freedom. True will does not come from thought, but the effortless, primordial, already. We doubt in imagination and knowing as to not fully feel. But how do you know feeling will kill you until you let it envelop you? And could imagination ever truly save you from how you innocently and authentically feel? And who says you shouldn't feel that way? Society? What do they know? What do I know? What do you know? Look for yourself. Feel the fear that says fully feeling will surely kill me. Put the base assumption of autonomy under a microscope. Not with thought, but with open, sentient seeing. Behold the unknown. Drop the interest in these words as they drop themselves. Dare to drop the interest in psychological time that promises control and comfort. What is this right now? Without the belief in the thought that says, this is not yet this. The only difference between a seeker and a sage is a solid mass of doubt that is believed. See doubt in its true form, in the ebb and flow of life's cycles, as birth and death, action and repose. All has its place already. Let certainty fall with the leaves. Let the mystery arise as the moon in the cold, vast sky. Notice the innocence that has never left. Both doubt and certainty are expressions of pristine presence already. You, aware of all the seasons, remain unchanged and silent, still like the ground beneath the autumn canopy. In this profound wonder, let doubt be an honored guest. Let it reveal the openness that beholds all cycles, death, rebirth, clarity, confusion. And these words aren't saying that doubt is some obstacle to get rid of. It can simply be seen through. In this timelessness of already. Doubt is a passing wind, clearing the way for openness. Instead of searching for ultimate certainty, try an experiment. Rest in the awareness that already allows doubt to be. This groundless ground, unmoved, effortless, ever present, remains as all symbols, thoughts, and seasons come and go. See what you are not, to sense what you are. The nameless. The silent witness of the mystery, as the mystery. The presence in which doubt and certainty find a fleeting expression. Now, What power does not yet this have without you? This clay pot, once whole and cherished, now resting on the quiet earth, cracked and empty, open to sun and rain alike. At first glance, its openness is what is obvious. The fault lines, the emptiness, the memory of what it once carried. But look closer. Each fracture is a silent testimony to how the world shaped it, how every attempt to hold on is met by the slow, inevitable grace of letting go. The cracks are not mistakes, but a symbol of the pot's fragility, the gentle collapsing of striving to remain intact. Is this pot now less because it cannot hold water? Or can it now hold the whole sky? Through each fracture, the earth breathes and the light pours. Being broken and empty is not to be feared, but is to finally be available, free of the burden of existential purpose and understanding, open to the grace of futility. We have the potential to see this pot for what it is, no longer resisting erosion or emptiness. In its natural surrender, it becomes intimate with all things: sun, soil, root, and rain, returning to the ground from which it never left. Perfectly futile, in an openness for what is always and already so. There are times when we linger here in the quiet ache of futility, not necessarily because we are sadistic, but as a kind of merciful repose, a hush beneath the noise of striving, a somber reverence, a stopping long enough to see what's always been here, even after many years or even decades of avoiding this recognition. There's a luminous melancholy in this, isn't there? A subtle sadness in realizing that all our effort, all the plans for the future that never quite arrive, all the reaching for a better self, all the stories of becoming, are like desperate, innocent little hands grasping at mist. We want so much for life to make sense, for there to be purpose and attained worthiness, a discernible meaning to the suffering and cruelty, a way out. But the grace of futility is the quiet, sobering recognition that this ache, this longing, this broken, beautiful, fragile humanness, in a very real sense, can be no other way. It's not that you have to accept it, or surrender, or let go, or do anything at all. Already, this is so. Already, life is exactly as it must be, with or without your permission, your understanding, your resistance. There's a tenderness in facing this, a kind of mourning of the dream of control, for the fantasy that you could shape reality to fit your preferences. And yet there's a relief too, a softening in the chest, a loosening of the jaw, a sense that maybe, just maybe, you can stop fighting the relentless tides. Notice the subtle ways we avoid this seeing, the little strategies, the next spiritual insight, the next self-improvement plan, the next hope that tomorrow will finally bring what today lacks. Can you feel the aching longing beneath those hopes? Can you sense the quiet exhaustion of always trying to be somewhere else, someone else, something more? What if you paused just for a moment and let yourself feel the futility of all that effort, not as defeat, but as a kind of homecoming, a gentle, sensitive noticing of what these words may bring up in you, an innocent energy we call fear in your chest. This stunning melancholy of the human condition, which is actual, that we all collectively share. This seems to be what is. This reality is always and ever open to welcome your grief, to welcome the part of you that has always known, deep down, that nothing needs to be different for this to be what it is. We are taught from a tender age, as soon as we first learn our name, that we are expected to be strong and not show grief, rage, or overwhelm. And we learn and believe that we shouldn't. We believe that we aren't allowed to feel sick in a sick world. So we hide our pain, suppress and deny it as it arises, and begin to seek resolution to the paradox of how we feel versus what is expected of us. Naturally, deep subconscious psychological coping mechanisms form. And these are meant to protect the idea that there is one who can control life. And I am that one. Because without control, there is no choice to be a good little girl or boy, to be worthy of life and love. But right now, no matter how broken you are, no matter the self-sabotaging cycles that play out, when you sensitively notice, without belief in the stories, you can see that you are life and love. Because here you are, a living, breathing, aching miracle. Life validates you by being you. There's an unexpected grace in futility. The last place we suspected to look for peace. How ironic. There is a merciful compassion that can finally come from within. That even your avoidance and resistance, your longing, your pain and suffering are already allowed, already included, already validated. And when they express, already so. There is an unexpected love that gives us permission to be these fascinating, broken beings without the constant grasping of personal filters. We can intuit overwhelming beauty in the striving of life. You're a survivor, despite the trauma. Your very longing is a radiant dance. When you see a community reassemble after a devastating natural disaster, many people try to help and rebuild. They pray, donate, and bring water and food for the affected. This is the beauty I'm speaking of. The beauty of enduring despite our trials. You don't have to force yourself to see this. It is. Whether we recognize it or not, You don't have to make peace with it. The melancholy is the grace. The ache is the love. Sometimes futility can feel like a closing door. But look closer. There is no door. Only this boundless room you never truly left. You can rest here in the bittersweet, brutal authenticity of being human. You can let the sadness wash through. Give the disappointment room to breathe. Notice that the longing is already free. Nothing is required. No state to achieve. No lesson to master. This is already so. This is already so. The grace of futility is not a prize for the wise, not a secret for the awakened. It's the ordinary, unremarkable, endlessly mysterious fact that somehow being is, and life is as it is. And whatever you are as you are, without needing to be anything else. Of course, life is free to imagine and believe that it's an entity who needs to understand and control this. But do you really? Is that even a thing? Or is it a comforting thought? So if you find yourself weary from the search, tired from the effort, aching for rest, rest, and let yourself feel it all. Hold compassion for the innocent feeling of melancholy. Let the futility burn you alive. Let go of what you think grace looks like. And stop running from yourself. You can stop, but only if you want something truer than your base instinct to survive psychological death. And if you notice yourself reaching again for meaning, for certainty, for escape, smile softly and laugh at the cosmic joke that this too is already included, already fully actual, as fleeting as it is. There is a subtle beauty in this futility, a quiet, compassionate invitation to stop, to breathe, to resonate with everything as it is, even the resistance. Understanding is a fool's errand. You will never arrive to where you can't escape. Becoming is a play of energy, but energy never becomes. This, with all its ache and wonder, all its longing and letting go, is already so. And that is the grace. Let's look with courageous tenderness at one of the most elusive patterns on the path: suffering as catalyst. We all want awakening to be majestic. We imagine bliss, oneness, some pristine state of personal perfection. But awakening is brutal love. It can feel more like insanity than stumbling into heaven. What's coming to conscious awareness isn't the self you have protected, but the one who has been suppressed. When you see through the trick, the world you knew caves in. We discern the vastness of the illusion that was bought into. What was once actual becomes translucent. This is the pain of deconstruction, the dissolving of deceptions we didn't even know we were believing. This can feel like loss, isolation, failure, and punishment. Like life doesn't see you. The old ground is gone, with no new ground yet to replace it. For a human to surrender to life, they must be broken by it first. If you can't look away from this path and are drawn to it, like a moth to a flame, the only way is through. This is a crucifixion of the sense of self. Straight through the portal of suffering. As defined in our community, suffering often includes intense sensations, contraction, resistance, and repetitive mental narratives. This feels like tension, an emotional knot, or a sense of grasping for relief. We point to this existential dread as arising from the belief in a distinct self, apart from the world. This identification is illusory, and that it's made of symbolic thought forms. And finally, with grace, the base assumption of self dissolves. The idea of a separate sufferer goes with it. The unnecessary psychological suffering and belief in identity go hand in hand. In self-realization, suffering can be seen as part of the ebb and flow of experience, without extra entangled resistance. I have noticed a common pattern in our awakening stories, that this suffering is the very prompt that stirs us energetically. It's an invisible movement within us. It catalyzes our disidentification with the sense of self. We see this in hindsight, that what we seek is surrounded by the suffering that we desperately attempt to avoid. And the way is through. We simply want the suffering to go away. That's why we seek. But life says, you must face it first. We want transcendence of the trauma that haunts us. But we must become open to feeling it. Entering our greatest fear, the fear of loss, of control. Suffering reaches out its hand again and again, and we slap it away until we try all our tries and fully know exhaustion. Then there is a giving up. As an apple falls from a tree, suffering is never a personal failure, but a messenger. Pain is a signal, an ancient energetic language that says, you are believing a lie. You believe you're lost when there is no such thing. You are trying to escape what is true. Here, now, this, what is simply and innocently arising. And when we recoil from that message, we give momentum to suffering. But when met with open and honest seeing, cracks appear in the solid shell of identity, revealing the deeper wholeness that is all-pervading, as it always was. We were taught that the solution was suppressing the symptoms, but it's attending to the energetic wounds. A willingness to look upon what we claim is ugly, weak, unworthy, and unacceptable. This natural shift magically turns the torment into a sacred opportunity. We've all heard pain is inevitable, but suffering is optional. This points to the pain of resisting our natural pain, the extra suffering that is vastly more severe than the original. innocent reaction itself. When we infuse it with tons of heavy meaning of what this means about me, it becomes unbearable. There is no way around this suffering. The only way past the fog is seeing it, feeling it, lending the shadow the light of awareness, seeing the validity that it already has. The frozen self can then melt into the fluidity of the endless ocean. I'll say it until the day I die. This extra suffering happens for you, not to you. Awakening is never what we project it to be as seekers. The portal to self-realization is often the very thing we are running from, the last place we wanted to go. It seems counterintuitive. We don't suspect liberation to emerge from suffering, or that fully feeling our emotions leads to a cathartic revelation. And yet, it is the visceral call to put down the symbolic and make contact with what is actual. As seekers, we are willing to do almost anything to avoid this. Learn, achieve, perform, fix, meditate, even obsess over awakening. We become masters of running. But suffering isn't what we think it is. It's the bringer of mercy, of virtue, offering us a chance to fully integrate what we have suppressed and avoided. Suffering appears to happen to me, but this is the invitation to look directly. What is suffering made of? When directly investigated, the me dissolves into the field of awareness. When suffering is seen through, it's revealed to be not a personal curse, but a wave returning to the ocean. Suffering is the gift that reveals cracks in the dreamscape when the pain becomes overwhelming. When all the strategies crumble, a deeper surrender becomes possible. In this mercy, the sense of self softens, and life lives itself. What would it mean to fully walk into suffering? As an experiment in honesty, an act of radical compassion. Notice how suffering brings you into intimacy with the moment. What you touch, you transform. The masters don't become masters by avoiding pain, but by drowning in its presence. Suffering exposes our extra baggage. It asks us to do an inventory when every instinct is to run away from the unknown. and to continue to bear the burden of the known. Pausing in the midst of the discomfort, become curious when triggers come up. If you can stop just for a moment, drop the story, and fully focus on the fiery sensation of the body. What is coming up to be felt? What is asking for the light of awareness? What have I refused to grieve, to feel, to admit? Where do I deny what is, hoping for some other reality? Suffering, when honored, gives way to a deeper compassion, a humility that can look upon what is rather than reject it. Suffering, no longer an enemy, can become a bridge to tenderness, clarity, and even play. Suffering will teach you. Let it be the fierce grace that reveals all strategies for what they are, all identities as costumes, all control as myth. Gently care for your wounds with vulnerability, with tears, with lying down broken and dying to that which you believed would kill you. Fully become the feeling you have labeled as wrong, as if there is nothing else in this universe, and it will never end. And you can celebrate each small moment of courage. Each time you sit in the fire instead of running, you build your capacity for the brutal love that truly sees you. This is the mercy hidden in the inferno. When suffering is received and fully felt, it's an alchemical transmutation. Fear becomes aliveness. Rejection becomes embrace. The sense of self dissolves into the all. No longer in exile. And here's the punchline. When suffering is no longer resisting resistance, it lightens. The hunt for control dissolves, and what remains is vast intimacy with life as it is. We stumble upon a seamless space and energy that was used up before in defense of what was false. No one wants to suffer, but it is precisely because it is unwelcome that it holds such power to awaken us. Embrace the wound. It is the wound that opens so light can pour in. True integration doesn't appear because life is comfortable. and cozy. It hurts when you begin to enter parts of yourself that you spent years denying. The regrets, the deep shame, the hiding vulnerabilities, the fear of rejection, the betrayals and disappointments. These are grist for the mill for awakening. When we listen to what suffering is trying to tell us, suddenly life's trials aren't happening to you. They are happening for you. And life takes on a synchronistic momentum. A trust can arise that life lovingly gives you exactly what you need and no more than you can handle. You see that you are life, and therefore there was never a need to psychologically defend against it. There is no need to weigh every risk and project every negative outcome. You've seen that you have the capacity to feel anything that comes your way, and it won't kill you. Very few walk the full path because life wants you to want awakening more than certainty. It takes bravery, patience, and devotion. And it's absolutely worth all the suffering. We are rewarded with a life that isn't impervious to struggle, but is of lightness, wonder, flow, unity, and unconditional love. No matter how it seems, life could never be against you. Even in your darkest night, it was with you, as you, shaping you, guiding you, preparing you for the moment you are finally willing to look upon your true face. The very ground you walk on is a friend, a lover, a teacher. Claim your birthright and trust your sacred validity. You and life are one, and the whole dramatic play has always been a divine gift just for you. Let suffering's fire purify you. Burn illusions and reveal what can never be burned away. Trust the contact with the shadow. Walk willingly into the last place you would look and discover there the aliveness the seeker was searching for all along. Suffering becomes the wholeness that cannot be lost, the crucible that burns, softens, and forges you into what you've always been. This is the mercy in the fire, the gateway to the home you never left. If you're a seeker, and I said to you, you don't really want to wake up, what reaction would arise in you? I remember when I heard Adyashanti say this. I had been seeking for years. I reacted with resistance at first. Of course I do, said the mind. I want to wake up more than anything. I thought of my earnesty and dedication, and it was because of my openness that the next question was, but is that true? At the time, I trusted Adyashanti more than my own logic. And although I didn't understand how I was sabotaging my awakening, I was open to seeing it. So I made an intention that I wanted to see what I didn't want to see. This not really wanting to wake up is completely natural, and it happens on a subconscious level, and we can become conscious of it in hindsight. But right now, let's plant the seed of openness and unpack a topic that is sometimes difficult to hear. Become familiar with the undercurrents and hidden longings that pull us back again and again into the comfort of being someone. Why doesn't the sense of self really want to wake up? We start off as seekers, on fire for the truth, confident that I want awakening more than anything. But if you slow down and notice, you'll see an ancient part of you that isn't announcing its agenda. It's beneath the stories, and it's holding on to its existence for dear life. It's an energy that's clinging to the root of identification. No matter how badly you want to wake up, something isn't budging. It's persistently recoiling back into its safe place. The imagined world of the known. What is that pull? Judging or conceptually negating the identity doesn't move the energy. Forcing it is a fool's game that's destined to fail. But we can hold it in the light of awareness and recognize its true nature. The sense of me is a master storyteller that has always practiced its art since the first years of life, and even since the dawn of mankind. In childhood, we were bombarded by voices of authority, social mirrors, flashes of praise and shame. The tender psyche effortlessly adopted the assumption of autonomy. The core wounds of ownership and claiming in order to survive. We were possessed by an urge to be someone, to have value, be worthy and loved, to earn the right to exist. This mechanism runs deep, deeper than we can ever fathom, It's an ancient structure, hypnotizing, strong-willed, natural, automatic, and always utterly empty. We hear speakers talk of self-realization, and it's literally described as an annihilation. But do we truly want to die? To recognize the already awakeness is to release the last familiar thread, leaving behind what you believed yourself to be. An illusion of safety and control. The mind will say, if I let go, who will live my life? Work and care for my family. Will I go insane? Will the world disappear? It reacts as if the body-mind will surely die. And in a way, it's true. Recognition is a kind of death of a part of the psyche. The end of the claimer. The end of the one who could know. Resistance is never wrong. It's a fascinating mechanism of self-preservation. To a seeker, the path is precious. It gives us purpose, drive, a mission, a way to measure our time and progress. The path is full of hope. We consume vast amounts of spiritual knowledge. We practice, measure, weigh, and compare ourselves, ever moving forward towards this future arrival. But to truly surrender, in a sense, would mean a loss of my relationship to my adventure, the thrill of becoming, evolving, progressing. Seeking is the clever movement of running from our true face. The identity is never a self, but it's a dynamic force of nature, a complex and tangled energy of belief. It wants truth, but only if it's the truth I prefer. It believes it knows what it's going to attain from this truth. But this message blatantly states there's nothing to become, nowhere to go, no inherent meaning. This is already what you seek. There's only what seems to be, and it can be no other way. Notice how these pointers make the body feel. It could feel nihilistic, bleak, terrifying, especially when we approach this with openness. The momentum of selfing is negotiating itself away from the sensational intensity of sober seeing. It's much more interested in significance, in ground, in certainty. The identification demands an avoidance of pain grasping of comfort, pleasure, routine, and even familiar suffering. Better the devil you know than the devil you don't, right? Being a me is never actually being a me, but it's the only safe place we've ever known. We'll take the suffering that comes with identification, as long as we get to keep our precious sense of control. Avoiding the void at all costs. Not consciously, mind you. Thoughts will convince you that you are doing everything humanly possible to recognize wholeness. Seeing through the energy of identification threatens everything you know to be true. Everything. Autonomy, belonging, relationship, purpose, meaning, spiritual wisdom, finding something that will fix me. The list goes on and on. The sense of self is the cornerstone of all that has oriented us. Reality as we have known it. Our hopes, dreams, roles, and our stories are built on this structure. What this is, how it works, where, when, and what happens when all this crumbles. Clarity threatens it all. Can you feel how uncomfortable that can be in the body? If there's no one left, how could I love another? Who could love a no one? Clarity also promises to rip away our beloved gurus and authority figures, our ability to map and strategize, our invaluable expectations and conclusions, our hopium. And this self-sabotage doesn't appear as blatant commentary in the mind. It won't say, "Oh, I think I'll sabotage my psychological maturity today. It's a beautiful day for that." It doesn't tell you why it's throwing your worst fears at you. It wants you to seek forever, so it can survive. This is the energy of desperation. As long as I play the game, keep moving, project, strive, and distract, I'll be safe. But that voice isn't actually referring to you, or anything at all for that matter. It's an empty trauma response to a world that demands more than you can ever give. An innocent mechanism that's only trying to help you cope. But it can only really help with practical and creative endeavors. The rest is neurotic suffering. We can discern the difference. arrogantly living as if I know what's going on here. We've never had the capacity to know anything, not as these limited creatures. Arrogance is always innocence, trying to help. Waking up means everything is included. The grief, the shame, the unresolved past. The sense of self resists because it fears being flooded by old pain. It believes feeling fully will kill it. And it's right. So it stays busy, searching, fixing, deserving. Anything but sitting in raw, unfiltered presence and noticing what is. Anything but dropping the stories out of a pure curiosity for seeing what could be seen. Anything but the unknown. We can be open to compassion for this sense of self. It wants to protect the body and mind from what it believes could annihilate it. Identification is actually a kind of gentle mercy, but one that invariably creates its own personal brand of hell. We want awakening to feel like a glorious and sustained mystical union with God, a new reality of perpetual peace, bliss, ecstasy, certainty, worthiness, and finality. But this is a bait and switch trap. And because of it, we are satisfied with trudging on until we find this holy state. But no state like this exists, at least not for long. Some of us meet our physical death while searching, demanding reality to conform to my imagined standards. It's very convenient. As long as we seek, we will never have to face our true nature in this life. We will never know what it's like to look in the mirror and see the brutal love of Kali. We will not know true futility and its effects on the psyche. Not until we are willing to give up the second-hand symbols we inherited from society, to see through its meaning, to sacrifice what we think we know. We are rarely open to the unknown, not without a heavy helping of suffering, desperation, and exhaustion first. This appearance resembles messiness, ordinariness, and unresolvability. It just does. Do you have the bravery to look upon that pattern We refuse to see heaven on earth through the open eyes of unknowing. We aren't willing to be wrong about everything we believe we know about this, to feel the full-on vulnerability of this human experience until we are. We automatically recoil from this mundane miracle because it seems to have no immediate value to me. And I know this can sound confronting, but it's not personal. That can be seen. It says nothing about you. When we are willing to loosen our grip on how reality will look for me, cracks appear in the mythical foundation. We begin to truly feel as if, for the first time, without our comforting disassociation and filters of protection, imagining something better than what obviously is. We finally have an opportunity to notice that fully feeling is not going to kill us, but we won't see it until we're willing to feel it. And we have the capacity to embody the expression of vulnerability, futility. What were we running from? The last strategy we want to consider, and the most compassionate act, is to fully include the resistance in already thisness. We would commonly rather spiritualize it away or whip the self into surrender. But there's also the potentiality to cradle this fragility as part of the non-dual field, to honor and show an open reverence to this ancient, innocent drive to survive, to belong, to be someone. You just took it to be you. That's all. But it's only one of the infinite appearances within you, worthy of existence and the light of awareness, allowed by you already. Just notice. You can hold a loving and curious space for the body and mind to express as it does. It's entitled to its coping reactions, fear and shame. The poor thing has been through hell and back. It can and will rant all it wants. Have you noticed that? Suppressing and denying it only strengthens it. Lend it the pristine and brutally honest light of awareness, not entangled belief, and watch it transmute into the empty, beautiful, playful artistry that it's always been. Notice not its stories, but what it's trying to avoid. The fear of losing yourself isn't in the room with you. It's a thought. Rebel against the conditioning of society and dare to see reality for yourself, for what it is. Can you allow resistance itself to be here and see it's not an obstacle or failure, but an alive and free part of this immediacy? The self may not want to wake up, and that's okay. Nothing but a thought believed says it shouldn't be that way. The resistance is a blessed catalyst in disguise. Be done with exiling it. There's never a total surrender, because there's already no self to let go of. Life is a tapestry. Each strand, identity, resistance, longing, love, fear, all seamlessly woven through the fabric of being. Awakening doesn't cut out the unpreferred threads. It just shows us the vast openness between them. Not one strand is ever rejected. Even the rejection is freely and equally allowed to be already. This reality is intimately what you are. It can be trusted. See for yourself that you are literally the space that allows beliefs of not yet this to express. Is that not clearly this? This awakeness? Thank you, beloved, for your wild freedom. Your already unceasing openness to all that is. Why doesn't anyone talk about this? I want to discuss the shadow side of recognizing no self. The avoided fact of experiential emptiness. The side of awakening that, for some reason, rarely makes it into teachings or discussions. The uncompromising truth that no one wants to hear. Awakening isn't liberation in the way we imagine it. It's annihilation. Take a breath. Feel the ground beneath you We spend our lives effortlessly building structures of meaning, career, relationship, spirituality, the story of my life. We call it mine, as if we own it, as if we are the architect. But what if there was never an owner? No architect, no hero, no villain, no victim. Awakening isn't an ascension into an angelic realm. It's the crucifixion of that which never was. Ask yourself right now, who is breathing the lungs? Who is blinking the eyes? Who is deciding these words? Scan your experience. The pulse in your wrist. The weight of your body. The thought, I need to fix this. Is someone living life? Or is this just life happening? Don't answer. Look. We commonly believe awakening will save us. It doesn't. It hurls us into the void. No personal safety net. No map. No you to even fall. This is the grief that's not usually spoken of. The dismantling of everything believed and known. Everything claimed as mine. This journey of awakening is often extensive and disorienting. It's not about the illusion of self-awakening or understanding, but an organic yielding to a much greater force. This process is always causeless, automatic, effortless. Although it doesn't feel effortless, and already profoundly impersonal. It's commonly a gradual confrontation with our deep subconscious trauma-based shadows and parts of our psyche that we would rather not see. It's not about reaching a sustained state of bliss, but the integration that is the metamorphosis of becoming fully human. Paradoxically and intuitively, one with the empty nature of life. Life becomes what it always was: free, wild, unpredictable, chaotic weather. Not your weather, just the weather. Preferences rage, freer than ever. Trauma still thunders as it wills. and you are the open sky, watching it all, untouched, unmoved, just like watching a movie that you know you aren't starring in. The story says nothing about you. This isn't sustained peace. It's the death of the one who needed peace. Imagine wearing a mask your whole life. One you thought was your true face. You decorated it, protected it, showed it to the world, and perhaps even forgot it was a mask at all. But awakening is the moment the mask dissolves, and you discover there's nothing behind it. No face, no identity, just open air. At first, it's shocking. Who am I if not this mask? Who will live my life? But then, the breeze moves freely where the mask once was. Life flows through, unimpeded, unclaimed. There's no one left to protect, control, or improve. Just the raw, open freedom of being nothing at all. As whatever that happens to look like. We're told awakening makes us better, kinder, wiser, more loving. But what if it doesn't? What if it's seeing there's no problem with problems? Judging still arises. Selfishness still burns. The difference now is that there's no one here to claim them. The illusion of self is a clever defense mechanism. As a rose has thorns, it will believe anything to avoid its own emptiness. The void of our being, our life's irrelevance. This message isn't about personal fulfillment, but seeing the already impersonal, meaningless nature of life. This is a recognition that can be profoundly unsettling and cause us to grieve our idea of what we believed reality and ourselves to be. The uncomfortable truth is, you are not improved. You are erased. The cessation of the illusion of self is not a deficiency, but a homecoming to what is prior to all myriad phenomenon, the all in all. But this can feel like a great defeat. a great loss of what we believed ourselves to be, which is all we've ever known. This can be varying degrees of disturbing and freeing simultaneously. Let's pause here. Don't try to calm the storm. Don't try to understand. Notice the raw energy of existential fear, the alive resistance in your chest, the voice that whispers, "This can't be it." But what if it is? What if facing this unease head on is the price of seeing clearly? Nothing changes, and everything is different. The same traffic, the same bills, the same headache, the same old wounds. But now, it's all happening to no one. This is freedom, not as transcendence, but as dissolution. The freedom to be nothing, so life can be fully everything. This is the bittersweet grace of futility. When fighting what is ceases, something shifts. Not because you surrendered, but because you see the utter futility of the fight. The mind screams, "But I need to change." And the universe whispers, "You are the changeless space where change happens." This is really the last thing we wanted to be true. That there really is no right or wrong. That there is no inherent truth to find that makes the existential angst of life disappear. The relief of no longer needing to control the uncontrollable. A voice appears and says, "But I hoped non-duality would solve my problems and insecurities." I hear you. As a seeker, I was full of hope. But non-duality isn't a magic pill. It's a pristine mirror. It shows you what's already true, exactly as it is. Obvious. Simple. There is no one here to solve the insecurity. It's already allowed. the hope for it to leave. Allowed. The frustration that it stays. Allowed. This is radical permission to do the only thing you can do. Be who you are. The kind of love that doesn't pick favorites. Life isn't a problem to solve. It's a play to behold. The people are mere characters. The drama of thought and emotion is role play. The seeking is an elaborate costume. And you are the stage. Vast, silent, untouched. I invite you to stop, if you can, just long enough to notice what is being pointed to. Stop trying to land, rebuild, negotiate with life. Just let the free fall consume you. Let the storm dismantle you. Let what is actual remind you that there is only the void. And in that absence, life lives freely, wild, messy, gloriously unconcerned. Even in the midst of concern. This is a laying down of arms, an exchange of will for open willingness. Through the portal of intense existential fear or shame or whatever may arise. Can you let go into the abyss of your full-on aliveness? Will you peer through the symbolic to behold the actual? Are you willing to be open, honest, vulnerable, crucified, and born again to see this? If not, that's wholly and perfectly this too. There is no better perspective than any other. If this resonates, give yourself permission to be brutally honest with yourself. Simply see what's arising for you now. Acknowledging that is the only power we have. To simply see what is. The raw truth of how your experience seems to be, is all there is. Know you. The me was always only ever an idea. An impersonal, innocent survival mechanism. Radical openness leads to the death of the psychological self that never was. This is the putting away of childish things. The natural maturing past the base assumption that life has meaning that I can own. Beholding the uncomfortable sight that this can be no other way. Just this unfathomable, fleeting, chaotic weather. Already liberated to be as it is. You are unconditional freedom as the birth and annihilation of all things. Nothing more, nothing less.